Я насчет точечек хотела спросить. Это мы запаздываем. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to see participants online and offline on the second day of conference, Gender and the Material Labor, that was held, that organized by Center for Gender Studies, European Humanitarian University within the project Women in Tech in Belarus, with financial support European Union. And our fourth panel, Gender Equality and Anti-Discrimination Legal Practices. And I'm really glad to introduce Dr. INGRIDA DANİELI, a legal academic and who will address us to the topic of locus of a woman in the Lithuanian constitutions. Dr. INGRIDA DANİELI holds the position of head of academic social science department and is associated professor at the European Humanitarian University. She has an impressive career experience, more than 20 years. And she held, for me personally, it's very important that you have both practical and academic experience, and you also have experience in Supreme Administrative Court of Lithuania, Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania, and others. So, and to my mind, the idea of gender gap and gender issues in according of legal system is really crucial in context of our topic, gender and the material labor. So we are very welcome.
Thank you, Antonina. Thank you to all. I see my task today is to briefly share some insights with you on the constitutional gender order within the Lithuanian constitution. The Lithuanian constitutional system of constitutional justice was created for the first time only 30 years ago, with the adoption of the constitution in 1992 and the establishment of the Constitutional Court in 1993. Lithuania opted for a centralized European or Kelsenian model of constitutional justice, as is very typical to the states of the continental legal tradition. The court commenced its activities as soon as first of its 9 judges were appointed, once again 30 years ago. And to this day, close to 500 acts on merit have been adopted by the Constitutional Court, on average about 20 per year, resulting in a relatively thorough jurisprudential constitution. What we lawyers refer to as the living constitution that is developed by the court through the jurisprudence of the court, and which indicates the achieved maturity of the constitutional control. During these 30 years, gender issues have also seen a generally coherent constitutionalization through jurisprudence. However, this process has been an equally slow and cautious one, mostly due to the relative scarcity of constitutional cases related to the so-called sensitive human rights, such as also gender rights. What does the concept of constitutionalization constitutionalization mean to us lawyers? It means the protection or the establishment of a certain issue within the Constitution. And how is this possible? This is possible in three ways. When certain rights, certain principles are originally enacted or written into the text of the Constitution itself. Second, if certain amendments are adopted that amend a constitution in a way as to extend it or supplement it with also such rights that were not present there from the very beginning. And the third way, which is most common, is when certain issues or certain rights are risen to the constitutional level through constitutional cases. When I speak that the constitutionalization process of gender rights and sensitive human rights is very slow in Lithuania, I talk about all of these three parallel methods. And the reasons for this slow process is manifold. Limited access to constitutional justice. First of all, the wording of the Constitution itself that was originally present in 1992, the political environment that is characterized to this day in Lithuania by patriarchal and populist attitudes, as well as a strengthened influence of the Roman Catholic Church, which just does not hold any special position from the constitutional law perspective, or would not say, does not hold the position of a state religion or similar from the constitutional perspective, but is very present in law and in society. So until September 2019, the Lithuanian model of constitutional justice, along with respective models of Bulgaria, Italy, and Moldova, remained among the four models within the Council of Europe member states that had a constitutional court, but did not ensure direct individual access to constitutional justice. What does it mean? Individuals could not refer any questions or cases to the Constitutional Court, and this right was limited to political actors and ordinary courts. Ordinary courts were to act as a mediator, to bring cases and questions that raise doubt with regard to constitutionality, and to do so on behalf of individuals who come to ordinary courts with such questions. But we see that there were problems in this approach from many aspects. One of this is, once again, the lack of human rights issues in general before the Constitutional Court, meaning that such questions simply did not reach the court. And also from such examples, such as judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, where the European Court of Human Rights has a number of times concluded that in such cases, for example, that regard gender order, rights of sexual minorities, the Convention on Human Rights was breached inter alia by the ordinary court, not even referring any case to the Constitutional Court, even if it had to. For example, there was a case called Bezaras and Levickas versus Lithuania, which resulted in Lithuania's violations before the European Court of Human Rights. Lithuania was found to have discriminated against the applicants, two Lithuanian nationals and openly gay men in a same-sex relationship, on the grounds of sexual orientation on account of public authorities' refusal to launch a pretrial investigation into hateful comments left on one of the applicants' Facebook page. The mentioned applicant had posted a picture of a same-sex kiss between him and his partner. The picture went viral online, receiving thousands of likes and comments aimed at inciting hatred and violence against LGBT people in general and directly threatening the applicants personally. The applicants lodged a number of requests with the Lithuanian law enforcement authorities regarding specific comments that they deemed to have been inciting not only discrimination, but also direct threats of violence against the applicants. And the national authorities in Lithuania all decided not to initiate investigation Such decisions were twice upheld by the national courts that concluded that in making such comments, the authors had not been inciting others to discriminate against or hate homosexuals, as is prohibited under criminal code. And the applicants were found to have engaged in eccentric public behavior that did not contribute to the cohesion of those within the society who had different views or to the promotion of tolerance. And also the courts took into the account that the majority of Lithuanian society very much appreciates traditional family values. Once again, such arguments, even coming from courts, are not and were not considered as sustainable legal arguments by the European Court of Human Rights. So this example shows that the courts, the law in Lithuania have always had a very limited approach towards the protection of human rights, especially sensitive rights and inter alia rights related to women. In fact, when it comes to the constitutionalization of human rights through constitutional legislation, we also see many problems. For example, as concerns unseized possibilities of initiating normative control of laws and other acts of ordinary law, and thus possibility of constitutionalizing relevant aspects of gender equality, the following could be mentioned. Lithuania remains among the 6 EU member states that does not ensure legal recognition of civil partnership. Legal provisions de facto establishing the right to civil partnership were included in the so-called new civil code in 2000, 23 years ago. And it defined a registered partnership between a man and a woman as something, as partnership between those living together for at least 1 year without registering a marriage. However, the entry into force of this relevant provision was connected to the adoption of a special law on the establishment of registers for partnerships. And such a law to this day has not been adopted. There are processes before the parliament currently this month, but these processes are slow and they do not bring any promises of success. Once again, this is not an exclusive example. In Lithuania, the right to assisted reproduction is available exclusively to married couples, while the rights to women's reproductive autonomy are neither constitutional nor statutory ones. What does it mean? The right to abortion, among others, is regulated not by the law, but by the order of a Minister of Health, which, due to its very low standing in the hierarchy of legal acts, is not even an object of review by the Constitutional Court. And with regard to traditionally even more debated rights, such as the right to gender reassignment, Lithuania stands firm for more than 15.5 years in refusing to execute a judgment of the European Court of Human Rights of September 2007, L versus Lithuania, that inter alia has obliged it to pass the required legislation on gender reassignment of transsexuals within 3 months of the present judgment becoming final, meaning that the European Court of Human Rights obliged Lithuania in 2007 to pass a law that has not been passed to this day. So what does it mean? Constitutionalization, or the protection of gender rights and human rights through the practice of the Constitutional Court, then remains the only alternative of the protection of the establishment of such rights at the highest level, not through political means, but through legal means. With regard to women, the Lithuanian constitution does not establish the concept of a woman individually, or does not refer to a woman specifically and the position of a woman within the Lithuanian legal or constitutional order. As regards gender order in Lithuania, the most prominent developments relate only to social rights, the constitutional clauses on motherhood and family protection. The jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court has developed these guarantees expressively, established in the text of the Constitution not merely as constitutional principles, but also as enforceable rights, thus also acknowledging even a higher standard of protection with regard to certain family rights than the European one. For example, the Constitution expressly establishes the constitutional guarantee of paid leave before and after childbirth for working mothers, the so-called paid maternity leave. And according from paid maternity leave, the provisions of the Constitution also entail a clause that recognizes the only time recognizes affirmative action with regard to working mothers, and according to the court, to a certain level also extends to non-working mothers. Now, in concrete examples, how does this work? Within the Lithuanian constitutional order, maternity leave guarantees are expressly developed in a manner as to substantiate the special status of a woman, mother, and her relationship with the newborn child. The purpose of the constitutional guarantee of paid maternity leave, which is a leave before and after childbirth for working mothers, this is how it is understood, is twofold. First, it relies on the need to secure the protection of the special physiological condition of a pregnant woman and a woman after childbirth, the need of health care of women for some time before and after childbirth. Second, to secure the special link between the mother and a child during the first weeks of life of the child, by creating the possibility for a working woman to withdraw for a personal time, for a reasonable time from her work professional activities. And a number of cases regarding various aspects of this constitutional guarantee of paid maternity leave have now been heard by the Constitutional Court. All of these cases were brought to it by ordinary courts, which were examining claims of women. For example, the Constitutional Court, after hearing one case, has stressed that taking into account its constitutional purpose, paid leave before and after childbirth guaranteed to working mothers is a specific constitutional institute of the protection of motherhood and childhood. The court addressed the issue of the constitutionality of the provisions in force at the time, establishing that maternity allowance amounts to 100% of the compensatory earnings of the mother's allowance. However, such compensation, the law said, may not exceed the maximum of such earnings that were defined by the government, which often which equated to about 800 euros, meaning that the law guaranteed 100% of compensation for a period of 5 months for a mother, but there was another clause that limited this 100% to a sum of 800 euros. And the Constitutional Court clearly and obviously decided and concluded that such protection of the law does not fulfill the constitutional guarantees that are awarded to a mother. And during this period, what the Constitutional Court concluded is this full compensation of the full allowances during this period of 5 months is a special guarantee of the Constitution and should not be limited or restricted by any numbers and by any laws or other acts. What the Constitutional Court also noted in a similar case is that this right and this guarantee that relates to maternity rights for the 5-month period that is divided into a period before birth and after birth also extends not only to working mothers, but also to mothers that engage in individual professional services. And also this is required by principles of non-discrimination and, once again, principles of constitutional protection of a mother. And the same principles also determine the guarantee that has to be applied to those mothers who have contributed to social insurance to the extent provided for under law, but due to objective reasons, ceased their professional activity before the day on which, under law, they would become entitled to paid leave before and after childbirth. What do I mean? There were certain clauses that did not extend the same guarantees to mothers or women under 26 years of age who were entitled to a maternity allowance without completing, due to their studies, the established qualifying period, exclusively in cases where they had become insured only for a certain period of time. So once again, the Constitutional Court ruled that such and same guarantees should be available to all mothers, including young mothers who did not have the chance to meet the professional experience requirements before the birth of a child, and also to women who engage in professional sports and could not work for a longer period before childbirth than others. Once again, such guarantees are tied exclusively to motherhood and, as I have stressed before, not only any mother, but simply a working mother. What are the other constitutional guarantees? The other constitutional guarantees that refer to mothers and fathers alike, they call for a safe and sound environment while raising a child, and set the tone for certain, let's say, for a certain approach of law that would look favorably towards families and including women raising child. So according to the Lithuanian constitution, the position of a woman, let's say, is twofold. The text of the constitution establishes a classic catalog of constitutional rights and principles. Some rights and principles have been developed in a way that they protect the rights of a individual, including men and women, to quite a great extent, such as principle of non-discrimination, principle of the anti-majoritarian approach to human rights, requiring that all human rights, irrespective of their support in the society, be protected. And such principles, as developed by the court specifically, they provide for a quite high threshold of constitutional protection of human rights. However, as regards the constitutional gender order, substantive sex equality, meaning real, not just legally formal equality before the sexes, the right between the sexes, the rights of women and sexual minorities, the Constitution mostly remains silent to this day. And the Constitution to this date has seen a total of 10 constitutional amendments. None of these amendments have had direct relevance to gender order. The constitutionalization of gender issues is therefore most dependent on the consistent development of the jurisprudential constitution through the acts of the court. And therefore, while the possibility to apply to the constitutional court directly by individuals, including women, since 2019, must be seen from the academic and legal perspective as a tool that should guarantee a higher threshold of the protection of gender rights, including women's rights. Practice will only show how this will work out in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And probably we have several questions, and personally from me, you mentioned the abortion situation, and for me, I was so it was very, for me, surprisingly that it's protected, first of all, by Ministry of Health Care, and how you analyze the situation that, especially in the context how that today many countries again prohibited the right for abortion. What is the situation in Lithuania about it? And do this situation that the right for abortion protected by only Ministry of Health Care make this situation so fragile?
Thank you for this question. Indeed, I specifically like to mention this legal regulation of the right to abortion, or the right to reproductive rights, the right to the integrity of a woman's body. Yes, indeed, in Lithuania, we have a legal regulation that is quite, in a way, liberal to this day, and quite stable, and quite foreseeable. So the order of the health minister, it sets down the conditions that are mostly tied to objective factors such as the development of the pregnancy, medical conditions, and other conditions that allow the woman to choose and to adopt the decision. So from the legal perspective in Lithuania, abortion or decisions on reproductive health in the form of adoption are legally allowed, acknowledged, until the let's say the term of 12 weeks, and then with certain exclusions for a longer time. However, practice, as you have correctly indicated, in other countries, different practices show that the legal regulation of reproductive rights, which are human rights, on a level lower than the legal level, than that of a law, is insufficient, and even from the legal perspective unconstitutional, because even Lithuanian constitutional law declares that all human rights, all essential individual rights should be protected and in cases restricted when needed only by the law, not something of a lower nature. We heard COVID restrictions, so this was a discussion, I think, that was evident to the general public. And in Lithuania's case, this does not satisfy this formal criteria. What does it mean? A ministerial order is something that is very easily adopted, but it can be very easily changed, recalled, repealed, meaning it's an individual act that is signed and adopted by one individual, and it can also be amended and changed individually. So under certain set of circumstances, the legal regulation of reproductive rights can be completely changed, transferred in the course of 1 hour, 1 day, because even unlike laws, we don't even have any terms or special procedures for the adoption of ministerial orders. Above ministerial orders, we have governmental orders, and we have also laws, and then we have the constitution. So once again, on any of these levels, if the state were to adopt a different approach, this can be easily done. And this means that this is a very weak level of protection, very weak foreseeability, and it can come and go as it pleases. Why is it so? Because it's a sensitive issue, and probably none of the governmental institutions want to raise this issue, not the parliament, not anyone else. And I think that, once again, constitutionalization through the development of constitutional jurisprudence is one of the ways to guarantee reproductive rights in Lithuania. It is an option. But also everything depends on the court. As we've seen from the Polish examples, the issue was constitutionalized, and what does it mean? It was cemented. This order was cemented on the higher legal order, but not in a way as to ensure the liberal approach and the humane approach and the approach that is recognized by European and international law. So the constitutionalization in a bad manner can also cause many big problems. Thank you.
And do you have any other question? Okay.
Thank you. I know that they're same, or sorry, I'm not so close with the structure. Yeah, I know that was the second reading of law which make possible the marriage between people with the same sex, and I know that it was like the balance quantity of who supported and who are against. What do you think? What is the perspective, and how it may affect the society? Because it's like a bit like the order, like, I don't know, not Lithuanian order, maybe, like something. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, once again, when we talk about constitutional law, everything is very clear. The Constitutional Court developed the constitutional concept of family in two of its rulings, in 2011 and 2019. In 2011, it said that the concept of family must extend to those beyond different sex couples that have entered a marriage. The Lithuanian constitution says that the marriage is exclusively a union of a man and a woman. So a very classical, old-fashioned approach, right? But the Constitutional Court explained that family as a concept is different than the concept of marriage. And family as a concept is much wider in scope. It relies not on the formal requirements, but on the content of relations. It did not talk about, heterosexual or homosexual relationships at the time, but it laid the foundations for the development. In 2019, there was a different case where a couple who had concluded a civil partnership abroad were not recognized this partnership by the Migration Office. And a case resulted in the Constitutional Court, and the Constitutional Court clearly concluded that such families that are founded based on civil partnership, and civil partnership concluded in other countries, should be recognized the status of families. So in that individual case, both partners were registered as partners, and they acquired their migration documents. But what the Constitutional Court also said, that the Parliament has to regulate this issue, not through the establishment of marriage between homosexuals and heterosexuals alike, because we still have formal constitutional preclusion, but by the establishment of the partnership institution. And in a way, the Parliament has been trying to do this in a way. What you have noted is, yes, we have now, after, I've been following this situation for a very long time, about 20 years. So after 20 years, as I mentioned, in the civil code, we have a civil partnership clause, but it does not exist in practice because the Parliament does not adopt a special law that would establish a legal register, which is a form of preclusion, what is usually done when there's no wish to implement or protect human rights. So what the Parliament is now doing, based on the initiative of some more liberal parliamentarians, they are trying to legally ensure the right to civil partnership to both heterosexual and homosexual partners in the Parliament. Yes, this bill has successfully and surprisingly to some has passed the first step, the first reading. But it is still awaiting the final vote at the Parliament, and it is still awaiting the presidential signature, meaning the president has to publish, has to announce the law, and has to accept the law. So there are two hurdles remaining. Basically, from the legal perspective, the text has been worked out, it has been preliminarily approved, but there's still a long way before it becomes a real law, because the second vote is not guaranteed, and the president has a number of times voiced also his concern that If same-sex partnerships are allowed, then the traditional family values are endangered, which is once again totally against the constitutional requirements and the constitutional law. My, let's say, how I see it, I think that it will be easier to achieve justice through the legal path. And there are several cases already that are started, and intentionally probably so, with different factual circumstances, and with, in all homosexual couples, asking for a civil partnership, recognition of civil partnership from abroad, and etc. If those cases reach the constitutional court eventually, I think there are no other answers than the only answer that the state has a positive obligation to guarantee civil partnership to all, irrespective of sex. I am not very confident whether the Seimas or the parliament will be able to do so before that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm glad to introduce Maria ZHARYLOUSKAYA. Is distinguished lecturer and practicing lawyer who will talk about the legal aspect of gender equality in the labor market. And Maria also, since 2020, Maria has focused her work as a legal advisor on human rights issues, specializing in human rights law, international law of states' responsibility, international criminal law, and international labor law. And as I understand, we will talk today in particular about the labor law. So we are really welcome. Just a second.
Dear colleagues, good day. It's a great pleasure to present today my insights about common general legal aspects of gender equality in the labor market.
We have on the screen in right like a full, but there is like a
So thank you for technical support. It can happen. So I will focus today on the international labor standard regarding to especially gender equality during the work. And I will try to change the slide. Okay. So if we try to categorize existing international standard, legal standard especially, related to gender equality in the labor market, we can say that there is an extensive system of gender equality international legal standards that can be divided into two broad categories. The first category is general standards applicable to the questions of gender equality, subsidiary, and the second category is related or targeted legal standards which are applicable to the specific issues of gender equality with targeting legal norms, especially to those this area of relationship. And if we will speak more precisely about the structure of general equality legal standards in the labor market, we can divide three broad groups. The first is general non-discrimination standards, which are applicable for all kinds of human rights. The second category is specific non-discrimination standards, specifically related to work. And the third category is specific non-discrimination standard related to sex. And all of these categories can be applicable to equality in the labor market. If we speak about general non-discrimination standards, first document is International Declaration of Human Rights. The legal status of this document, despite the name declaration, is obligatory as the general principles of law recognized by civilized nation. This means that the states are obliged to comply with this declaration and have positive and negative obligation to guarantee effective possibility of everyone enjoy guaranteed rights by this declaration. And so here you saw that there is general restriction, general prohibition of discrimination, and general rule that all persons are equal before law and are entitled without any discrimination to equal protection of the law. So it is like a general standard. All kinds of discrimination are prohibited, including sex, and all are equal before the law and have equal protection of the law. If we speak about specific non-discrimination standard related especially to work, you saw the first document is the same. It is International Declaration of Human Rights, and there's a specific article which describes common rights related to work, and you see the wording everyone, everyone, everyone, everyone. So there is no like clear distinction of categories of person to whom we can apply these norms. There is no distinction between men and women. There is no specific intention to protect women, but here it is a general guarantee, general non-discrimination guarantee. Additionally, we have a specific document, International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. This covenant is also obligatory as international treaty, and here we also have prohibition of discrimination, again with indication of sex. And also we have specific norms related to labor market in this covenant, which establish several categories of rights related to work: right to the work, the right of everyone to enjoyment of just and favorable conditions of work, and the rights related to formation and functioning of trade union. So here you see that there is general right, and this general right related to work is the first under protection of our previous guarantee or prohibition of discrimination on the basis of sex, and we have this right related specifically to the work, and this legal standard almost operate also by category everyone, but there is a specific mentioning of women related to fair wages and equal remuneration. So the standard said that women are being guaranteed conditions of work no inferior to those enjoyed by men with equal pay for equal work. Despite the fact that we see that women mentioned only in one paragraph of the 3 articles, there is general umbrella of second articles which protects them on the ground of sex. Also, we have like a very big portion of international legal standards, ILO jurisprudence, International Labour Organization jurisprudence. And here we have several blocks related to gender equality. First of all, it is declaration concerning the aims and purposes of the International Labour Organization, so-called Declaration of Philadelphia. This declaration is also binding because it is the annex to the ILO Charter. So ILO Charter is international treaty. And here you also see that there is general guarantee of rights of all human beings, irrespective of sex, to freedom and dignity and equal opportunity. Additionally, we have very specific document, ILO Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. And this document, despite the fact that it is declaration, in the practice and theory of international labor law, recognized as general principles of law recognized by civilized nations, and so it is also binding for the states. And here, elimination of discrimination in respect of employment and occupation is a fundamental right for everyone. And what is also important that according to this declaration, elimination of discrimination defined not only as a fundamental right, but as a fundamental principle at work. And why it is important that this declaration has a specific provision that we all know that states cannot be bound by international treaty which were not signed by them. But this declaration established the statute of elimination of discrimination as principle and established the norm that even if the state have not ratified the specific convention or treaty in question which prohibited the specific legal norms related to the elimination of discrimination, despite of this fact, the state is still bound by obligation to eliminate the discrimination, because it is not like right, but also fundamental principles and right at work. So, for example, if the specific state does not ratify the specific convention of International Labour Organization, which includes the provision related to elimination of discrimination, the state bound by this convention due to the fact that the elimination of discrimination is the fundamental principles and right at work. Also, we have so-called Gender Equality Convention of the International Labour Organization. Therefore, those conventions: Discrimination, Employment and Occupation Convention, Equal Remuneration Convention, Workers with Family Responsibilities Convention, and the Maternity Protection Convention. What is important related to this conventions that they have two directions of regulation. First of all, of course, they try to They really establish the standards related to non-discrimination rules, so equal rights for men and women. But additionally, this convention based on the position that gender question are not only about equality, but also about the specific condition for women, especially here in the situation, women and partly men, in the situation when the status related to family responsibilities, related to health protection, should additional guarantees. And shortly go through those conventions. The first convention is Discrimination, Employment, Occupation Convention. There is a wide range of state parties of this convention. Again, this convention is internationally binding, and this convention prohibits discrimination only also on the basis of the sex, and also give us clarification that distinction, exclusion, or preferences should have effect of nullifying or impairing equality of opportunity or treatment in employment or occupation in order to be understandable and discrimination. So this convention try to establish legal definition of discrimination, and it is crucially important for the question of gender equality in labor market, because the problem of national laws here also in the absence of clear definition of what is discrimination, how to evaluate whether we have discrimination or not. And here in international treaty, which is binding, we can find this definition. So, as I said, there are two directions of main ILO non-discrimination convention, and these directions also reflected here. So we have prohibition of discrimination, and we also have possibility to establish the specific requirements, specific guarantees, if they are related to the specificity of the specific work or the specific status of person, for example, paternity or maternity or health issues. The second convention is Equal Remuneration Convention. It also has a lot of state parties, and here you see the clear guarantee about equal remuneration for men and women, and prohibition to discriminate based on sex. We have another convention regarding to workers with family responsibilities, and what is important is that this convention is protection not only for women but also for men. But here you see that there are not a lot of state parties. And for example, Belarus is not state party of this convention, Lithuania is state party, Ukraine is state party. And you see that if we have pretty clear guarantees related to wages, related to access to labor market, regarding to family responsibilities, international minimum level guarantees, we have problems. But of course, we can operate somehow the declaration on fundamental principles at work, but it is a very big and hard legal work to operate by this declaration in the national level. Also, we have Maternity Protection Convention. It's also the same situation, that there are not a lot of member state. And here we also have the specific clause regarding to employment protection and non-discrimination protection, but it is Maternity Convention. There is no legal instrument to protect men and on the same legal level. So the protection is guaranteed only for women. But we see that times are changed, and so maybe we need the legal standards of paternity protection also. And there are additional two legal instruments related to, main legal instrument related to ILO jurisprudence related to equality in work. It is Employment Policy Convention, which also obliges state to actively implement state policy protected the freedom of choice of employment and fewest possible opportunity for each workers, irrespective of sex. Also, we have the ILO resolution concerning gender equality at the head of decent work. It is not binding instrument, but can be used as soft law or means of interpretation of existing international and national law, because the specific of international standard, it's a very broad character, and so we always need the specific national law which clarify the specific guarantees and the general norms of international standards, and evaluation whether the standards comply with broad international standards can be possible with help of this resolution. Why? Because this resolution adopted by International Labour Conference, which is like a main body of International Labour Organization, with almost all countries of the world are member states of International Labour Organization, and it shows the level of consent between different states regarding to issues concerning gender equality at work. Also, we have as specific non-discrimination standards, again related not to work but related to sex, Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination. It is binding. It is also prohibits all forms of discrimination related to women, but also includes a specific article related to elimination of discrimination against women in the field of employment, with specific list of guarantees on the all stages of working process. Also, what is important here is that we need to also look into regional non-discrimination protection standards, especially on European Union standard. And here we see that treaties which are the basis for European Union, Treaty on the Functioning of European Union, Treaty on European Union, also include guarantees of equality between women and men, and obligation of states promote social justice and protection and equality between women and men. And additionally, the value of European Union is equality between women and men. Also, we have Charter of Fundamental Rights of European Union, which includes freedom to choose an occupation and right to engage in work, and also equality before law regarding to non-discrimination standards and regarding to equality between women and men. Again, we have the specific convention for the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms, so-called European Convention of Human Rights, and here you see that there is a restriction of a prohibition of discrimination, and the important instrument also the European Social Charter, which prohibit discrimination on the grounds of sex related to equal opportunities and equal treatment in the matters of employment and occupation. There are several articles in this charter with detailed guarantees related to equal opportunity and equality. There is a specific directive which has direct implementation for the member states of EU on the implementation of the principle of equal opportunities and equal treatment of men and women in matters of employment and occupation. What is important that this directive, additional to the specific guarantees, includes a lot of definitions which helps courts NGOs, activists, and especially persons which enjoy these freedoms and rights to understand, to interpret what is discrimination, direct discrimination, indirect discrimination, and so how to apply the existing broad standards and how to clearly define whether we have discrimination or not. And I mentioned a very big list of international standards, international legal standards. You saw that they are applicable to this topic. General standards, which relate to all kinds of human rights. They are targeted, related to work standards, which can be divided into two groups related to sex and related to work. And it seems that all is not bad in this sphere, but also there are several core problems. The first is national implementation, both on legislation level, both on implementation level. Due to the fact that international standards are very broad, the first line, and the second is mainly based on international treaties, and we know that state cannot be obliged to sign international treaties, so establishment of international standards, the development of international standards can be not implemented by state, and additionally existing general guarantees can be not effectively implemented on the state level. And the next problem is control mechanism. This problem has several dimensions. The first dimension is, okay, we have international standards, but effectivity of the system of international protection of human rights is under question now. And you know that it also depends on the fact of whether state part of a specific international treaty. And additional problem here is the fact that for a current stage of human rights defenders' work, or current stage of, for example, trade union work, gender equality questions are not on the first place. Okay, we have a lot of reports, we have a lot of complaints related to problems of poverty, related to breaches of freedom of association, but not really a lot of specific advocacy campaign and specific complaint, specific report related to gender issues. But without effective establishment of state control mechanism, effective establishment of independent control mechanism, for example, on basis of NGOs control, and effective international control mechanism, we cannot guarantee the implementation of these standards and their development, because if we do not know about the problems of national level, how we can develop the existing international standards. And the specific point here is paternity protection. On the basis of the experience of Scandinavian countries and on the basis of general tendencies, we see that if we speak about persons with family responsibilities, in the most of countries, women have a protection, but men as fathers, they do not have effective protection. And so the equality here is like sometimes even not on the paper, and there is no enough level of international consent for establishing of specific international legal standards for it, and we can apply only like general standards of non-discrimination here. And again, it is very hard and problematic legal work when we work with national implementation level. And so this is it for today, and thank you for your attention. And if you have a question, I will happy to answer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. About the last slide, about the last punct, about protection of paternity. Is it a real discrimination cases or discrimination issue, or it's just an attempt to support, an attempt to make the fathers involved?
I think that it is a question of discrimination, because paradigm of family responsibilities changed now. Not in all countries, but in many countries. So fathers do not have a legal possibility to go to paternity leave in some countries. Even if they have this possibility, sometimes it is very limited and depend on very bureaucratic procedures. For example, in Belarus, if mother go to maternity leave, it's almost clear she gives to her employee some certificates from health organizations, that it. But if we have the question of paternity leave, it should be collected as enough complex of legal document to prove that there is a consent of family and the mother is not under maternity leave, and it is not very easy for father to go to paternity leave. And additional variant, okay, there is a specific paternity leave after birth, but somehow we have in Belarus this guarantee, but implementation of this guarantee depends only of consent between employer and employee, and there is no guarantee of payment for father for this specific period. For example, if we need to additional inclusion of father, or it is his specific intent to be included in family responsibilities. And additional question here is that if we speak about post-Soviet countries, absence of these guarantees, it's like some threshold for development of concept of family responsibilities. So we have like a paradigm that mother should sit at home and work with children, and father should go to work. And if we do not have easy and understandable legal guarantees for paternity protection, of course, it will be implemented further and further that only women will be under maternity leaves. Not because they want, but because the law is constructed only for this purpose.
We have one question.
Thank you for your presentation. And what about the real practice? So isn't any gap between this legislation is accepted based on these international laws and real practice? Do the companies follow these norms and standards? Thank you.
It is a very important question, and thank you for it, that this topic is almost about gaps. Because we have very great and strong formulation in international treaties, but national implementation, as I said, first of all, it has influence of ideology, influence of church, for example, as we have in Poland, in Lithuania. Additional problem is the stand understanding of obligatory character of international treaties. And again, control mechanism, how we can guarantee effective fight against gaps when we do not have possibility to influence on the state. So here you see that we have gaps and we do not have effective legal tools to work with these gaps. And even this organization, which like intended to work with them, for example, trade union, they do not work with these issues efficiently because it's not like a first point for them. It is a problem really now.
Thank you so much. And now we have a small break till I just see that. 15-minute break till 11:30. Thank you. So we are ready to start. Our fifth panel, Digital Infrastructures of Women's Solidarity, and I am glad to introduce the next speaker, NATALLIA SARAKAVIK, who will talk about the subjectivity, power, and women's political activism in the digital society. Natalia is a PhD student in European Humanitarian University, and her focus, is understandable from her title of her speech, is the women's protests and how women take part in protests around different countries, and about the women's subjectivity in a political point of view. Natalia, do you hear us?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, very well. So
cool, thank you. Thank you, I'm so excited to be the part of the event, and thank you for introducing. So I will try to share my screen now and hope it will work. So can you hear can you see my screen?
Yes.
Cool, thank you so much. Okay, then if you don't mind, I will maybe turn off the camera for the period of speech, but then when we will have the opportunity to discuss and hopefully to answer your questions. So I'll be again here with you, yeah, but online, but still. So I'm will try to be on timing. So okay. So I'm ready to start, and as already mentioned, my name is Natalia Sarakavik, and I'm a feminist researcher and an activist, and the study of power and the concept of subjectivity are in the field of my academic interests. And as a part of my PhD, I am exploring the concept of power and subject as developed by Foucault and the revelation of his ideas by Judith Butler. And I've been interested in power formations and interactions for a while, but now my focus shifted more on political issues. And the events in Belarus in 2020 played a significant role in this shift. Like observing what was happening from the side and also actively participating in the events, I couldn't help but wonder what is actually happening with us and how to analyze it using theoretical frameworks. Particular interest to me here is the role of women and how the role of women that they played during the revolution and the role that it is here with us during the Belarusian revolution that is happening. So I'm offering today to you my thoughts of how female political subjectivity is formed under authoritarian power. But for sure, it's a very broad question, and it deserves a big PhD study, which I'm like hopefully will be able to suggest to you a bit later in a couple of years, I guess. But still, for now, I will provide the framework to our today's discussion, and we will more focus on the role of digital tools in the process of shaping female political subjectivity. So to gain more comprehensive understanding, I've looked not only on the examples on what was happening during the Belarusian protest, but also some examples from political activism in Iran. So in next 15 or 20 minutes, I will try to establish the theoretical framework regarding questions of power and subjectivity proposed by Foucault and Butler. And additionally, we will have a brief look on examples from practical events illustrated how these concepts are operating. So due to the nature of female socialization, women adopted basic insecurity, a natural belief that we as women are unable to change anything. Therefore, women's political activism is unique as it starts right from the decision of a woman to be politically active. On the example of Belarus, we can see that the ideas of patriarchal society are the basis on which modern authoritarianism rests. The authoritarian state justifies itself by traditional values. A woman in authoritarian state is never considered as a political active subject. Turning to patriarchal ideas, authoritarianism brings up invisibility in women. However, overcoming patriarchy is a step towards achieving political freedom for an entire civil society. The goal is difficult, but modern times provide people with new tools, and digital media is one of such tools. However, for women, digital media also appears as a space where we can feel more united and supported. What is power and political action in response to it? Foucault asserts power is tangible. It can be measured, seen, compared through paying attention to the subject, which is the product created by power, its result. The power reigns not only with the policy. It is naive to assume that we meet our subjectivity exclusively within the political area, bureaucracy, or social institutions. Police, unlike the government, has boundaries for a person elected independently. It is impossible to outline the boundaries of power. They begin within a relationship with another. One way or another, this puts us in front of the question of the inviolability of the flow of being in the form of a subject. As Foucault testifies, revolt, protest, resistance also automatically turns out to be products of power. The wall between a person and the source of power seems to be an emptiness. But what is this emptiness? And thanks to Judith Butler's research efforts, the emptiness has already taken shape. In the 20th century, according to Foucault, the will of submission was considered a kind of biological impulse associated with the fear of death. Butler, in the 21st century, reflects it is not the submission, but a sense of attachment, without which a person is not able to enter into a trusting relationship with the outside world. If a person doesn't obey, but becomes attached, that means that rebellion against the object of attachment is possible, but involves the process of undefined identity, which later leads to interdependency. Foucault includes a feeling of passion in the question of attachment. He argues about the dependence of the subject of the rest, of a sense of subordination and belonging to the object of power. Butler says that attachment is, in any case, stands ahead of the forming of the subject, which calls to enter into power relation. But power affects how attachment will manifest itself, how it will be experienced by the subject already before the object of power. This manifestation of the sensitive experience of attachment is the product of power, previously appearing only as a pure intention necessary for the preservation of life. Turning again to the nature of infant attachment, Butler notices one of the very important features. The upbringing of a particular type of attachment in a person occurs with several branches, which are influenced not only by parents, but also by the policy. That is, the power extend on those who have power over the child. By itself, attachment is a vital necessity of an infant, but the forms of its manifestation are already brought up by power relationship arising from a stronger power. The impassibility and unwillingness to give up power is the psychic feature of power that Butler introduces. This also leads to the observation that the subject feels weak not only by the power, but also by losing the power extended on him or her. Though such a remark, Butler reveals the phenomenon of the subject and power relation, at the root reflecting not so much the negative impact of power on a person as the need of a human awareness of his or her dependence on the formative power, the inevitability that one can create something independently, being aware of the situation. A person becomes a subject not because there is power, but because it is not a human power to be without a sense of power attitude over oneself. Butler also argues that a subject who doesn't make this conversation into himself or herself doesn't occur a psychic form of power and doesn't fully exist, since every action of the subject after entering into a power relation becomes a process of his or her creation. But what is a woman's rebellion against the power relations in which she is included? For the most part of her life, of our life, a woman is preserved by society as an object over which power is exercised, and not a subject bearing the consequences of this power on herself. The protest of a woman against the authorities is a psychological and emotional labor, since a woman remains alone in front of a society that doesn't believe in her and has never believed. The changes brought by a woman through the discovery of her power in spite of objectification subsequently changed the way the power over entire civil society acts. And the example of the women's protest in Belarus in 2020, it was women's non-violent protest that helped to influence and underline the level of brutality of the Belarusian authorities over the protests. And digital media tools helped Belarusian women in this mobilization, which had to be carried out urgently. Thanks to digital media, Belarusian women organized a protest against the violence of the military and police forces in one evening. So here we can turn a bit more our attention to some examples from the experience, and I will start more about the experience from Iran activists, and also that we will turn more into the case of Belarus. There are two opposing models of how the internet has changed protest movements. And the first is that internet has made protests mightier than ever. But the second is that it has made them more ineffectual. These two important aspects of both models are analyzed by Zanab Tuhekti in her book, Twitter and Tear Gas. The power of the internet as a tool for protest is obvious. It gives people newfound abilities to quickly organize and scale. But according to Zanab, it's a mistake to judge modern protests using the same criteria we used to judge pre-internet protests. Zanab says that the internet similarity allows network movements to grow dramatically and rapidly, but without prior building of formal or informal organizational and other collective capacities that could prepare them for the inevitable challenges that will face and give them the ability to respond to what comes next. That makes them less able to respond to government counters, change their tactics, a phenomenon that Zanab called tactical freeze, make movement-wide decisions and survive over the long haul. Zanab isn't arguing that modern protests are necessarily less effective, but they are just different. It's very valuable here to recall the recent events in Iran. In conditions of critical insecurity and political control, Iranian women were able to unite under unthinkable threats. The signification of events in the world media helped Iranian women to feel global support and also to feel security. However, the women's activist movement in Iran began long before 2022. And the effectiveness of this movement was also influenced by digital media. For example, in 2014, there was a digital project, Selfie Freedom, created by Iranian journalist Masih Alandre. Masih disseminated information about violence committed against women in her native country, and also helped to express to Iranians their right to freedom. there was a constant campaign on the website. Photos of Iranian women where their heads uncovered were published at this website, and this allowed women in the country to see the limits of their own freedom. It's also worth remembering the Girls of NATALLIA movement that emerged in Iran in 2017. The events began with an indefinite action organized by activist Alimiat. Under the terms of the campaign, women in Iran wore white headscarves on Wednesdays. Pictures has gone viral on the internet showing one of the participants of the protest action on Elab Street climbing onto a transformer booth and wearing a white handkerchief. You may see this on the photo. And since that photo got viral, this event, they turned into a whole movement that was called Girls of NATALLIA. And using the example of Iranian women's activism, we can notice the dynamics. The source of the women's activist movement in condition of strict political control is the information stored inside the digital reality. With the help of the media and the digital community, women find information confirming their own thoughts and experiences that are unacceptable in a particular political system. Information helps to feel confidence and unite. Then a small group of women implements their activist activities. The media and the digital world cover this event, which helps other women gain self-confidence and join those who share common values with it. This influences the creation of a women's activist movement, which subsequently led to changes in the general political system. The essence of authoritarian and violent regimes is to cut off any opportunity to think about our own rights. But digital reality remains independent of political instruments of pressure. If social reality convinces you of the justice of power, the digital world shows to you thoughts about your freedom are correct. A striking example in the women's Belarusian protests of 2020, online platforms provide Belarusian women with more security in the implementation of political activism. Women's political activism in Belarus, first of all, also requires defending women's rights regardless of time. The protests of 2020 influenced the fact that Belarusian women discovered the power of change the political field in a way that society never expected from them. An example in the case of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, among all the alternative candidates, she was allowed to participate as a woman. That is the view of the patriarchal regime, that that woman is not considered to be serious competitor. It's also important paying special attention to the public discourse that excited during the Belarusian protest. So now you can see the couple of slides where the famous, worldwide famous media and how they call the Belarusian revolution, and paying a special attention on women's role during the Belarusian events during 2020. However, what do we see after the wave of Belarusian protests? Women remain politically active, but civil society pretends they do not exist. This provision shows that women's political activity is not only a response to the action of the authorities, but also a struggle for the right to be themselves. The media project Girls Power Belarus took a very important role in organizing and highlighting the Belarusian women protests in 2020. However, after the protests, the activity of the media project didn't stop, but also increased its scale. According to the statistics that we can see now on the slides, Girls Power Belarus, the major Belarusian media in terms of gender equality representation of public opinion are not even close to 30%. We see statistics, but what reality does it indicate? Statistics indicate the Belarusian digital reality in which a woman is deprived of the right to realize her potential. Thus, on the example of Belarus, we can notice the dynamics in which Belarusian women are ready for political activity before approaching the tension point. This readiness for leadership and activism manifested itself at the time of the onset of a critical situation. However, the feeling of this critical situation was influenced by digital reality, which covered the events hidden by the official authorities. Further, the tools of digital reality help women to mobilize and carry out large-scale activities. A woman in Belarus has come to the fore. At the end of the wave of protests, civil society once again turned to the patriarchal idea of male power. And now, right now, Belarusian women continue to be politically active, have their own expertise, but due to the spatial structure of the society, it is still needed to pretend that there is a strong man somewhere behind the woman, telling her how to be politically active. It's not one case of Belarus. As Subjectivity, we have already mentioned today, noticed in her book, digital reality tools help in more effective implementation of activism, but don't appear to be as effective in achieving goals. Political actions carried out with the help of social networks and other media platforms brings a quick impact, but it also ends quickly. When there is a protest organized with the help of digital tools, at first it seems that the goal of the protest is getting closer than ever. However, then comes the reality remote from the digital world, a reality in which the most effective protest is suppressed by the authorities using traditional instruments of political pressure, violence, and brutality. Thus, despite the enormous benefits brought by the digital world to activism, it is necessary to remember that people are struggling with a real social reality, not only in digital space. And to conclude, I'd like to say that unfortunately, even liberal and democratic ideas in society that live under dictatorship very often turn out to be completely intolerant towards women. In order to carry out political activism, women need a space where they feel safe and discover confidence in their abilities despite the consequences of female socialization. The social reality of patriarchal society cannot be such a place. Therefore, online platforms has an important impact on the formation of women's political leadership and activism. So thank you so much for your attention, and I'm back here with you, and I'll be glad to maybe answer your questions or give any comments.
Natalia, thank you so much for brilliant presentation. Maybe someone has a question, yeah?
Thank you for your speech. It's very actual and interesting. And I want to ask you to summarize the specific of the women transmit activities from online to offline area. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question and your attention to my presentation. Unfortunately, I can't see you, but yeah, I'm glad that we are somehow still here in contact now. But yeah, this really very interesting question on how this transmit happens, and I guess that the topic we are discussing today and most of the topics we are discussing today, it really deserves a very precise and very deep investigation, I would say. So that's why I guess that this transmission, the part of how it transmits from online to offline, it also could be a topic for a specific study or research. Yeah, maybe it could be like a qualitative research also. So my focus was more onto how to highlight how the digital instrument helps women to unite and to act during some of this political activism. But I would say that the specific of this transmission, it's about a bit in another focus of maybe another discussion. So, but I would say that the main thing that we have to highlight here, that the digital instruments definitely is very helpful in this political activism for women, and for sure it I would say that it helps this as for example, as an example of the Iranian case, we can see that seeing digitally other women doing something, some offline political acts, other women, it's encouraged them to do it not only in digital sphere, but also to go offline. So I would say that this transmission, maybe it happens like more in a high level. I would say that from this online to offline. So we can't say that it stays only online, the political activism, or it raise up the offline political activism significantly, because yeah, for sure that the sphere we're talking about the dictatorship and the brutal instruments that the power works with. Offline, we can't like take it out of our attention. So yeah, so I would say I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I hope that maybe somehow I give the comment on it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So thank you for your presentation, and we can move forward. Maybe someone else has questions. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Seconds we have technical. Yes, we are ready, finally. So, to tell the truth, it's a little bit strange to present myself. So, my name is Antonina STEBUR, and today I would like also somehow to continue this section that's connected to the political dimension of gender inequality in material labor. And probably I should make a small comments for this presentation. And yesterday, some of us visited the exhibition. If disrupted, it becomes tangible. And somehow this presentation also founded on this more than 1 year research during the preparation of this exhibition that I curated with my colleague Alexey Beresyonok. The exhibition is still in National Gallery of Art Gallery in Vilnius. And unfortunately, when we prepared the exhibition, we particularly didn't discuss so much gender issue. But for me personally, it was crucial, and through this theoretical and conceptual framework that we created during the preparation of this exhibition and during the exhibition itself, because it usually takes a lot of time. Of communication with different experts, artists, and communication together. I think that this framework that we created is very productive for thinking about how gender inequality happens through on an infrastructural point of view when we talk about the IT, informational technologies. And first of all, sorry, I a little bit started to jump in through the slides. Sorry for that. I would like to start with the brilliant artwork of Polish artist Alicja Rogalska. The name of this artwork is dark fiber. And this dark fiber is a special term that in optics waves, when the internet builds, during these constructions, they created special potential ways for developing of these wires. And this potential, not actual, but potential wires usually called dark fiber. And this is a very brilliant and very beautiful artwork that connected, and on the visual point of view, we see how these optic fibers created. But the background told us the story that truly happened in real life. It was the story of very poor Georgian woman who lived in a very small, poor village. She, in 2011, she cut the internet cable and cut the internet between Georgia and Armenia. And it was really interesting because there are many media wrote about this story, not in Georgia and Armenia, but as well as international media like Guardian and New York Times, for example. And it was very interesting because they described this woman a little bit in ironic point of view, that, oh my God, she is so illiterate woman who cut the internet, who couldn't recognize just ordinary wire with cuprum, that because to collect the metal was her attempt to find added money. And she even she didn't know particular what internet really was. And in this ironic style of the many media, how they try to describe this story, laid the interesting barrier of the real situation, because in these artworks, Alicja Rogalska used brilliant poetry. And she said, hunger for data is more important than hunger for food. And what it's really mean that no of these media didn't describe the real situation of these women and why she cut this internet. That these women had experience of collapse of the Soviet Union, several wars, several waves of privatization, reducing of retirement payment, or decreasing the social protection system, and she forced to do something to find any money, and she started to collect metal and to buy it. And this is how our internet, our informational technology, very deep into our political and economical point of view, and how they created the barrier, not only because we have different access to the internet at all, but because we have, through this story, we have a particular power relationship and the responsibility for her poorness and for her bad financial condition laid in this story, according to the media narrative, only on the side of this personal woman, not only the state or the society or any other very difficult context that she should found herself, and that she should find new ways how to earn money to survive. And this is how the inequality, and this is to and this is lead to the idea that our regions, and when we talk about our exhibition that we curated with Alexei, we use a lot of the term resourcification that we took from the Ukrainian researcher Asa Bazdareva with her brilliant essay, No Love, No Milk. Then she described how the Ukraine, the image of Ukraine created through not only through the Russian power relationship, but also between Western countries as well. And to understand our territory is the resource, and to take responsibility to the particular people, ignoring the social, economical and political context, is also especially influence on agenda issue. And moreover, when we started to think and we talked somehow during our conference also, that our international technology are not neutral. They are not neutral. They are like any other infrastructure. They are not neutral. And in her essay, Natalia Selevich mentioned that in the late of 1980s, due to the crisis of the military industry, a community of skills engineers entered to the market, whose labor was cheaper than their Western colleagues. On the other hand, new actors who came after the collapse of the Soviet Union used existing infrastructure of their and their ruins, such as universities, research institutions, military industrial complex, and so on. Of course, when we talk, and we also have in our exhibition the term IT colonialism, then when we talk about the resourcification, when we talk about the IT sector, it's not like a fossil fuel. They are not using fossil fuel, but they use the so-called the human resources. And it's very interesting that in English, human resources is still resources. So it's also how we can describe this unequal relationship in IT sphere. And so, as I mentioned, that we can see the map of the city, the city of the most development IT infrastructure, it's almost the same city that was very, that had a good quality technical institution, research institutes, or research center, and I don't know, cybernetic centers and so on and so on. For example, Dnipro, Kharkiv, Minsk, and so on. And yeah, so we can. Oh, sorry. So, and I think that, well, and to return to the idea how to try to think about how this situation influenced by women, with my colleagues, we also have the term disruption, that disruption that usually we don't think about infrastructure and we don't feel how this infrastructure works when it works properly, and especially we don't understand that that any infrastructure influence politically. They usually we don't usually think about how, for example, internet is organized until the fact when this internet, with someone cut this internet, and after that we feel that this internet is not something immaterial, but has very material level. And sometimes the idea of disruption or breakdown helps us to understand better the barriers, stereotypes, and inequality points, and how this inequality is constructed, because we started to understand that this infrastructure is not only something natural, but not also something natural, but not something natural. And it's also how they social organized and how they maintain the power relationship. And especially, and I would like now to return to the ground and to think about that. Probably majority of us know that after the 2020 and after the increase in the high level of repression, a lot of IT companies started to process the relocation, and now in Belarus, the majority of IT companies, the biggest IT companies in Belarus now, they are not situated in Belarus, and now they are trying to identify themselves as a Belarusian. As a great example, for example, EPAM, who was founded in Belarus and who has the biggest employers office in Belarus, but now it builds their brands at the, first of all, US company, not Belarusian company, without any mentions about Belarus. But what's really important when I talk about relocation is a relocation of particular person, particular people, and we have a number of structured how the IT sphere in Belarus was structured according to different gaps. And for example, Yana also mentioned some numbers, but I just repeat some of them and added something new. And we have in Belarusian IT, we have only 26.2% of women, and probably it's not enough, of course, but in comparison with worldwide, it's almost the same situation over other countries in US, for example. But it doesn't mean that it's something good, because we should understand that during the relocation, the majority of people who were relocated with their families, and it means that the majority people who were relocated were men, and women were relocated with them, and the majority of these women, they don't have any IT experience, IT specialization, and they are and now after the relocation they found themselves in totally social isolation. It wasn't their, I don't know, detailed planning relocation. They don't have any plan. And I remember the brilliant article of Yelena Gapova, hopefully she presents here, about the wives of Russian programmers. And somehow it's also to repeat the situation of total isolation into different countries. And they find themselves in a totally precarious position. Moreover, we should understand that what this 26.2% of women is. We should understand that the majority of these 26.2% of women means that it's not the majority of them works with the product. They are not the developer, the IT developer, they are not the product designer or something who feel themselves stable, who can, even after the relocation, change their work easily, because it doesn't matter in what national company you sign your code on Python. You can find switch and jump from one job to another job beyond any borders. But the majority of women in IT, they work in a service caring job. It means that the majority of them is HR, and thanks, Yana, that you describe this situation with HR. It's even better to understand their precarious position that they're carrying all the time. And it's not only that they're precarious and to work, to do this 24 hours caring job, but it means that for them relocation means isolation, because they work with the Belarusian context. It's very difficult for for marketing specialists, for HR specialists to switch faster from one company to another company. They have very codependence, to tell the truth, relationship with their companies. They find themselves in a very dependent situation. And now we feel it after the during these several waves of relocation, and we can see to prove my idea that the Belarusian website, the main IT platform, dev.by.dev.com.it.io, they found that the majority of relocated people were women, and were men, and women were even less than an average in the market. Only 22.4%. And we can see that the majority of people relocated with their families or with their partners. You can see the last numbers, that only 17.6% of any IT relocating employees move just alone. The majority of them move with the partners, with the families with children, and so on, so on, so on. So it's also how this dependence relationship and how this inequality formed. And we can see it now, especially because the IT in Belarus almost in ruin. We don't have any companies, almost any companies inside the Belarus, and the majority of Belarusian IT company outside. And in particular, I would like to finish my speech, I would like to the particular story, because when we see the number, we see the number. We don't think about this number as real people. But what does it mean, this number? This number means real people. And unfortunately, we have awful story several months ago on the 2nd March 2023, one of the employees of more or less middle-sized company, IT company, HQ Software, died, and the reason of this diet of her death was the total bullying from the company. And so it's also how we she cannot leave the company. She couldn't. She would like, but the company didn't allow to do it. And the emotional when you saw this, when you see this, how to say, inside the company message. How to say, change the messages, you understand the toxic relationship inside the company. And after this situation, many women started to talk about discrimination in IT, because very often we think that when you do something innovative, this innovative not connected on the product, but only the social relationship inside the company as well. But it doesn't mean. And one of the for the end of the story, I would like to just quote one of the employees. Unfortunately, she gave these comments anonymous, but it doesn't mean it's really important. She said, in general, the IT sphere is much more backwards compared to others. There are many sexist, racist, and anti-Semitic jokes. An employee can give out a very rude, inappropriate joke or phrase on a call and not understand that he did something wrong. He did something wrong. All the talk about work-life balance and respect for mental health remains just a line in a vacancy to attract those who care about it. So I would like to stop with this. Thank you so much. Maybe do you have a question? Yes, probably.
Are you scared of my questions? No. Okay. Look, you began with this. I'm trying to tie together, two parts of your story, and you began with this story of this Georgian woman who cut the internet, which of course reminds me of Anton Chekhov's story, which is called, what is the title of that story? Muzhiki or something, where these illiterate peasants, they disrupt the railway line, and the train derails, and they do this because they do not understand. They just need this this metal. So, it seems to me that most people who disrupt infrastructure are male, just because men do more crime than women do. And of course, definitely infrastructures are really big systems, and big systems are usually built by the state. So, or very big corporations. So we need really these very, very big structures to have this internet, to have all these power systems, power grids, etc. And of course, the latest story, probably for us in Belarus, is the story of this Tutbay media, which was closed, and its servers were destroyed by the government, by the Belarusian state. So we now do not have this 20 years of information that was stored there. So of course, infrastructure is crucial, but I do not see the connection between this first part of your story, and then you proceeded to the discussion of the division of labor in information companies, IT companies. So I just do not see the connection between the two.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for this question, because I should clarify these connections. I started with the description of the situation with cutting internet to illustrate not only the barrier of internet, but first of all that we have, if we can to talk about it, to describe in this category, like several lines of colonization. I remember the brilliant book by Agata Pyzik, Poor But Sexy, when she described the situation with privatization in Poland, when this privatization process was awful. And it was a very interesting situation in Eastern Europe that we can hear in this point of view. On the one hand, very crucial capitalistic ideologic, like a process to, but at the same time, she described the situation when goes something wrong. They said that it's not a capitalistic problem. It's a problem of people who don't understand, who didn't do their work in a good way. And I think that the problem of the connection of these two parts is that the majority, why the so high level of discrimination, but silence discriminate, but this discrimination, they keep in silence usually. It's a very, it's a several cases when women, very privileged women, started to talk about their discrimination. And Marina Mentosova, who presented the first part of the speech, of her first part of the research, had the second part when she gave the several interviews with women who very well who made a brilliant careers in IT, and several of them, they didn't have the question about discrimination and especially about harassment, not discrimination, about harassment, but they started to talk about the harassment and about even rapist cases. It's how this, and because we think that it's something not proper with us, but not with the system. That's why I started with this women who was blamed, not because nobody can understand her context, that this is awful that women who made a brilliant, who had a job, and after this job she had to do any retirement salary payment, but because of the collapse of the Soviet Union, so many dramatic systems, several wars, several privatization line, she hadn't any money for survival. She shouldn't collect. Yeah. And that's why everybody describe that something wrong with this woman, and many of women in even IT, they feel the same, something wrong with them, not with this, not with the system, because system is perfect. We should respect these neoliberal values, and we should agree 100% because we have good opportunity, and so on, so on, so on. This is maybe, yes, I should more explicitly to talk about it, to connect between two.
Thank you. I actually don't have a question. It's more like a comment. First, about the figures of 26%. If you remember, when we started to write this proposal for Women in Tech, we operated by the figures of 2017, and 2017 the figures were 20%. So I don't know whether it's a progress or not, but plus 6% over the course of 6 years. And secondly, I also wanted to make a comment on this case of Katerina Krychok. I've sent you, Tonya, the link to the investigation made by Nasha Niva, and the case actually is much more complex than it was presented from the beginning. In particular, in what concerns the situation with her boss in this company in which she worked for the last day, because he, I don't know whether you know or not, but he did not respond to her letters because he was actually detained by KGB, and he was he deleted also his accounts in the social media. And as for herself, I think that the case or the problem of relocation for both women and men and families is also a question of medical care. And since she had a very rare disease, only 200 cases in the entire world, and one of them is her. So it means that actually she was unable to get the proper medical care, and the death was the resulted from out of all of these unfortunate circumstances. Although of course I'm not saying that there was no bullying, but I would just probably be hesitating to take it as a particular example of that resulted directly from bullying.
I try to answer to these two comments. The first, I thought to include not these comments, but because of the a little bit increasing from 20 till 26% of women in IT, the deaf, this platform deaf.by, they describe, finally we have gender equality, because they started to think in Silicon Valley, they also had just approximately 1/3 of women in IT. And it's not an equality, but they describe it as a so proud way. And to return to the case Katya, yes, I didn't mention very important thing, that her case was, as usually it happened, was a starting point to discuss, and many IT specialists, women IT specialists, female IT specialists, they started to talk that, oh, we don't know that this company full of bullying, that they have many bullying cases, but nobody talk about them. They just kept it silence, and maybe they just through the word of mouth, you can know something about it. But you, for example, newcomer, as Katya was, you're so happy to find this job, and how many people in our country check the reputation of the company? Almost nobody. And that's why maybe when they started to search in a particular women IT chats and communities, she found this information, but nobody did it. Because it's not like a media, you should be a part of this community. And that's why it's how this, for me personally, it was really strange that everybody knows about this very abusive atmosphere in this company, but everybody kept the silence.
Some more short comments. Actually, this would be a good idea probably for one of our future research fellows to initiate to conduct the research on the relocation and the conditions of work in the relocated companies, because it was one situation in 2021, but now 2 years after, when people already start changing the locations of their work and also countries, and the companies are developing different strategies of adjustment to the local context, it would be really interesting to look from gender perspective, from feminist perspective, to the question of relocated workers. And the second comment was about the master thesis that was defended recently by Anastasia Selivanova, and she was exactly writing about the case of high-skilled women who had to migrate to other countries, and what do they do, and how do they fail actually to overcome this isolation. It's really a big problem.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for your speech, and I would ask you about this research of the women taking part in IT sphere is important because it's a very rare case of women role in the well-paid sphere, or you can see another important trends of this research It's the first questions, and how you can evaluate the ironic order of significance in the representative women in IT sphere, how it's successful, how's the result of this ironic type of control women? Thanks.
They compare not with the gender equality category, but they compare with Silicon Valley. They say that if in Silicon Valley they have approximately 30% of women, so we almost also have the 30% of women. So we are very well balanced in the gender issue. So it's this media didn't think about the really gender equality, and especially to think about the structured. They have these numbers, all these numbers that I showed, these numbers that was collected by this media, but they never I don't know, analyze through the gender optic. They said, yes, we have almost 100% of women in HR. What does it mean? They didn't comment it. They just say, okay. And so this is, but I forgot the first question. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, to tell the truth, there are so many reasons for that, and one of the most important reasons that in Belarus especially, we have a totally unique case that, notwithstanding the fact that we are very governmental controlling business companies, the IT sphere were until 2020 were the less controlled by government, because they cannot arrest what they arrest the documents, but it's really easier to relocate people. And for many people, young people, it is still also, and it was almost only one chance to I don't know, to have a good salary, to live in a more freedom, in a more free situation, or so on. But of course, the financial point of view was the perfect, what the most important, and probably the second is that to be something interesting, to do something important, interesting, that connected to the whole world, and so on, so on, so on. But at the same time, for me personally, that Belarusian IT, the salary gap in IT is the most salary gap in comparison with other spheres. So on the one hand, we have a lot of opportunities, but on the other hand, we have the widest, the hugest gap in a salary in Belarus, in Belarusian IT. And now when I talk about Belarusian IT, it means that Belarusian IT who in Belarus and who outside the Belarus. But the Belarusian companies, or more than half of their staffs are from Belarus. Yeah, we have one more panelist. Oh. So, thank you. If you have any question, we can continue to discuss it during the lunch. So. So I see the Valeria, okay. So we will continue our panel, and the last the last but not least, of course, our speakers, Valeria Baravets, and she also continued even more about the 2020 and even more connected with the speech of Natalia SarakaVik, and her speech will be dedicated to mediated trauma and emotional labor, a case of Belarus after 2020. Valeria, do you hear us?
Yes, hello. I do hear
hello.
You. Do you
yeah,
hear
yeah.
Me? And do you see me?
Yeah, we see you well.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just have one small question. Should I share my screen or is it there somewhere?
It will be perfect if you share your screen by yourself.
Of course, sure. So give me just a sec.
Of course.
Yeah, and it was very pleasant to hear that you introduced me with the Valeria. I felt a little bit like the Beatle. Yeah, this is my presentation. If you don't see it anyhow, then please let me know. No comments, okay. So good morning, dear friends, colleagues, and members of the academic community. I'm very happy to see you, even though online, unfortunately, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. The topic of my presentation would be mediated trauma and emotional labor, a case of Belarus after 2020. And in its main part, I'll focus on the aspects of gender and emotional labor in their place in development and resistance to the Belarusian trauma. Such a viewpoint of trauma theory seems to me here relevant in the context of Belarusian protests and ongoing political crisis, which remains unresolved to this day and suspended with risks and possibilities of various spectrums. And with a couple of brief examples, I aim to highlight certain problematic areas that, in my opinion, deserve attention in future research. So to start, a few words on the relevance of the topic. I believe that in analyzing the Belarusian trauma and collective identity, the inclusion of a gender perspective is crucial here. The need for a feminist perspective can be explained by the fact that women played a key role in the protests and their political agency could no longer be considered invisible or insignificant. It also seems appropriate to describe the political structure that holds power through techniques of both physical and symbolic violence from the standpoint of patriarchy theory, as gender aspect and gender-based violence also play a role in maintaining the system. Thus, by rising up against autocracy and overlooking the gender issue, we risk achieving only cosmetic transformations, even in the case of victory. In addition, I also see it relevant to analyze the Belarusian crisis from perspective of cultural trauma theory in terms of discursive work and its construction and unfolding, and collective experience and mediated trauma and emotional labor in overcoming it. Let me outline just few theoretical points to the start. Beyond the focus of transformation started in 2020, I propose to incorporate a feminist perspective in the analysis of power relation system in contemporary Belarus. Overall, the theory of patriarchy proposed by second-wave feminist scholars seems to be the most effective to me here. The introduction of patriarchy concept was motivated by the notion that the term sexism did not capture the very essence of gender oppression. Instead, the theory sees gender inequality relations as fundamental and reproduced at every level, starting from family socialization and interpersonal communication, as well as ideology, cultural prescriptions, and knowledge production. And the tenets of this theory align well with Belarusian society, I think. Nevertheless, such an approach also contains the possibility of criticism. As was noted by Valery Bryson, this conceptualization does not consider relations of oppression within different groups of women. And in the case of Belarus, from both an analytical and activist perspective, I believe that incorporating an intersectional approach here is critical for addressing the patriarchy, because as can be seen from numerous examples, women may occupy actually higher positions in the hierarchy by serving the political interests of the elites and legitimizing the system, while many men who do not conform somehow to the cultural image of hegemonic masculinity in the system may hold more subordinate position. So consequently, gender here cannot be separated from the issues like nationality, economic status, sexual identity, and so on. Moreover, I think within the boundaries of Belarus political involvement and views can serve as additional grounds for oppression. Gender in the system exists as a prescription, disobedience to which exposes the subject to some kind of social sanction, and categories of femininity and masculinity norm are actively reproduced, used by political players, and unfortunately some forms of such prescriptions persist and go unnoticed even in pro-democratic discourses and movement. So in understanding the system of inequality within Belarus is deeply rooted in culture and collective consciousness, it also seems relevant to include a post-structuralist perspective into the analysis, like Foucault's concept of power relations and Butler's concept of heteronormative matrix, which self-reproduces through constant citation of gender prescriptions, surpassing and anticipating the emergence of the subject itself. According to Butler, the citation of regulatory norms sustains the stability of matrix, while non-compliance exposes the subject to some kind of sanctions or psychosis. The boundaries of the entire system here are delineated by so-called constitutive outside that ultimately determine the domains of normativity. And here I'd like to highlight two important points, as it seems to me. First, the constant citation of gender prescriptions, and furthermore, the compliance with prescriptions that establish the position of a woman that more dependent and marginalized are in themselves associated with certain invisible emotional labor. And second, the more subject is aware of these invisible power relations, their place in the matrix and threats for non-compliance, the greater the emotional resources required to fulfill this obligation. And returning to the current state, I suggest examining the ongoing crisis from the perspective of cultural trauma theory and mediated trauma as a more focused way in analyzing the personal experiences. The key point of this concept here is the assumption that it is not the event itself that triggers the trauma as a direct consequence, but rather trauma is constructed discursively and occurs by appropriation of this discursive statement by some collective. And while seeing trauma as natural reaction, one can consider the date of August 9 as this starting point. Then looking at the Belarusian discursive field through the lens of Shtomka's concept of traumatic sequence, for example, the starting point, I think, here could be the COVID crisis, when a collision of two distinct systems of cultural prescriptions occurred there, and followed by political mobilization, crystallization of solidarity ties, and certain shaping of collective we of the society. The second important point of the sequence would be the morning after the internet was turned back on, and when a whole stream of political cruelty was penetrated in the discursive field and further defined the boundary of this confrontation, shaping the image of the antagonist as well as the victim. Of course, this topic of cultural trauma in Belarus should become the subject of a more comprehensive analysis and profound, primarily with the aim of inventing more effective tools for resistance. And as noted by Niels Melzer, trauma always contains both pain and opportunity, and it's being decided now how Belarusian society will be able to seize this opportunity. At present, we are at a point of uncertainty where the discourse of trauma has been formulated and embraced, but the symbolic confrontation continues. And I would like to provide just a few examples regarding the role of women's emotional labor in this confrontation. First, let me share two interesting aspects, which seems to me interesting. The first one is the political mobilization, and particularly women's response to that. Women's marches in Belarus have become a new focal point of resistance, elevating the protest to a new level. Through the performative act of appearing on the streets, women responded to authorities' disregard by asserting themselves as a full-fledged political subjects. However, it would be an omission to label the women's protest, as I see it, as inherently feminist. Instead, it appears to me to be an example of challenging the patriarchal system from within. Despite the presence of feminist activists, of course, within the protest, the mass movement was not united around the value of women's emancipation. Motivation for many who took to the streets on August 12 and after was the protection and care for their family, community, and common good. The unifying value here does not go very much beyond the cultural foundations of patriarchy and traditional roles of care and emotional support often attributed to women. And with those motivations, women engage in confrontation with the repressive patriarchal system, sometimes on its own grounds. Additionally, the response to trauma is interesting in terms of how empathy for victim manifested in women's movement. A good illustration of this can be traced in words of activist Olga Gorbunova, who said that in 2020, women stood up in solidarity, condemned violence, and helped victims because women know what it's like to be beaten, humiliated, and raped. And in this context, the concept of mediated trauma seems to provide a relevant framework for analysis where the subject, by associating with the victim, adapts and feels their pain as their own. And here the discourse of trauma becomes embedded in the subject as a very personal experience. In Kate Millett's notes on political cruelty, describing sexualized violence and discursive violence as a tool of political oppression, the author states that the goal of the authority here is to reduce this political subject to the position of a woman. And as we know, this method of violence is also employed in Belarusian prisons, and the possibility of such violence as a sanction works in practice because the position of a helpless object here, the position of a woman in the system, is undesirable for many. And at the same time, because woman knows this position and this constant risks of humiliation and disempowerment, this knowledge itself allows her to feel the pain of a man who has been reduced to this level as her own corporate pain. The second interesting phenomenon I'd like to share is that trauma experience has served as an opportunity for deciphering previously hidden power relations. And this deciphering, I think, represents the hidden potential contained within trauma, which can be used for more effective resistance strategies or discursive reshaping. And now I would like to focus a bit more on the issue of emotional labor as part of work involved in addressing trauma. Sorry, the ambulance. In addressing trauma, so the emotional work here, it's important to note that the analysis of emotional labor involved in women's experiences in the context of uncertainty and high risks can encompass multiple vectors and multiple variables that influence its extent and its nature. And that is why the integration of an intersectional approach and attention to individual experience is needed. To briefly outline some examples of such vectors, those can be care for the family during the crisis, emotional labor in coping with trauma, and resistance work. And in the first case, the elements of invisible labor can be, for example, taking care of children and facing difficult dilemmas in bringing them when a formal education system imposes knowledge and prescriptions that differ from intra-family rules or norms. It also includes taking care of family or community in a situation of constant risk of political persecution or caring for those affected by such persecution. And as for the variables that combined can provide an intersectional perspective, factors such as location within or outside Belarus, economic status, which may determine whether women can access psychological or pharmacological help or not, sexual identity, marital status, experience of political persecution, and many others will be significant here. I'd like to provide just a few examples that I attained through a small series of expert interviews with psychologists from Belarus and in-depth interviews with Belarusian women, each of whom perceived the political trauma of Belarusian society as their own. Of course, this data cannot be considered representative for the entire community. However, it can provide some examples and hopefully indicate the need for further research. So in the interviews with psychologists, all of whom work with Belarusian and trauma-related conditions associated with the political crisis, the presence of a significant gender imbalance was evident right away. First of all, just in the informants, all the informants were women, and although this was a convenience and small sample, the imbalance can be explained by the statistically higher proportion of women in care industries and in this industry, in this profession as well. So each of them also admitted that both overall and after the events of 2020, the absolute majority of their clients were and are women. They explained this gap by the fact that women find it easier to seek help due to cultural norms, and they're just more open. One of them noted that men not only seek help less, but also come with more serious conditions. And even then they tend to hesitate and say that they may not need any help. So this can be primarily explained by the construct of masculinity and the need to conform to that. And this issue could be the subject of further critical investigations of masculinity studies. In general, the psychologists identified depressive and anxiety disorders as the prevailing conditions of most of their clients. And these disorders are fueled by the state of unresolvedness, unresolved trauma, as well as constant fear of political punishment. As for the emotional labor associated with coping with trauma, some informants highlighted reactions or strategies such as mimicry or internal censorship. In the case of mimicry, in the first case, as explained by one of the informants, the inability to cope with fear on early stages of protests, as the crisis escalated and as the risks of violence increased, led clients to a point where they could not feel safe now, even by not expressing enough loyalty. In this context, the emotional labor that many Belarusian women can face every day is firstly related to addressing their own fears on a daily basis, and secondly, to constantly framing positive emotions or appropriate emotions in order to protect themselves and their families. In the second case, the focus is more on resistance strategies and displaying solidarity with victims. In order to maintain this connection of solidarity, individuals can voluntarily deprive themselves of positive experiences through self-imposed prescriptions or prohibitions, consciously taking on the emotional burden of empathizing with victims' pain and coping with that pain then. Finally, I would like to offer a few more examples of decoding the system of power relations as an effect of such trauma. In in-depth interviews to informants with a 10-year age difference, describing their emotional state after the protests, used the peculiar expression, being raped by the state. And one of them admitted that the most horrifying feeling she had to confront and continues to work with, even after leaving Belarus, is the sense of absolute helplessness, deprivation of agency when you have no influence on your own life. The informant linked this feeling both to the shared experience of political struggle and personal experiences of losing her job, facing administrative arrests, losing friends due to immigration, etc. For her, restoring this sense of significance became a kind of goal and a vector for work with yourself. The second informant here used the same expression, describing it as a feeling of the total power of the oppressor on the one hand and powerlessness on the other. As this woman had experience working with victims of sexualized violence, she said that she knew in theory how this works. And after 2020, she said that she deeply felt this sense of humiliation in practice now. In this case, we can discuss not only the appropriation of others' pain, but the internalization of trauma, but also the decoding of patriarchal power mechanisms. The resistance strategy to for this informant became the creation of new prescriptions regarding interpersonal communication. She admitted that now any power imbalance became unacceptable to her, and she builds now all relationships on the basis of total equality. And first of all, this concerns equality in the ability to cope with common trauma. In both the cases, there was a deciphering of power matrix as a trauma effect. However, I want to propose one more example illustrating the need for an intersectional perspective, where these effects occurred much earlier. The main difference between next informant and the others lie in her non-normative sexuality. She admitted that as a homosexual woman, she felt her mismatch, her inability to fit into the structure of norms within society. And as a result, she felt unsafe throughout her whole life. And after coming out, she also faced aggression within her family and society. And in this example, there was captured a whole layer of invisible emotional work, primarily focused on framing gender performance reflecting certain norms, then resistance to these normative prescriptions, and the assistance provided to those who have also found themselves outside the matrix, as this particular woman also involved in care activism. Having the experience of political imprisonment, this informant admitted that in prison, non-normative sexuality was used by guards as the basis for humiliation and threats. And since security was a constantly lacking value for her, the pursuit of this value and ensuring safety around her became primarily vector for both in terms of dealing with her own trauma and in helping others. She also used the discourse of feeling raped by the state as well, describing the overall emotional state of those subjected to political imprisonment with her. And this feeling became something that bound her up more closely to the victims as a shared sense of solidarity. So even after leaving the country, she chose a strategy of consciously refusing positive emotions to maintain the solidarity chain with those who are still suffering. As she said to me, that those who are in Belarus right now, even if they're not in prison, they still not living, and that she doesn't allow herself to live as well with them. So those were just a few examples with which I aimed to emphasize the need for further analysis, of course, regarding gender aspect and emotional management within cultural trauma in Belarusian society. And to conclude, since as I see it, and I hope to be wrong, patriarchal ideology is still somehow influential in Belarus. A significant emotional burden continues to fall on women, both in the form of paid care labor, care-related activism, and unpaid hidden labor amidst a political crisis, constant fear, climate of uncertainty, and helplessness. It would also be a mistake to say that all the emotional burden falls mostly on women overall, as thousands of men in prison being tortured and millions live in fear of becoming next victims also suffer from the same system and its ideological prescriptions that stop them even from seeking help. So overall, I believe that the experience of trauma would allow more persons to recognize the nature of patriarchal power mechanisms and the need to resist it from the very core foundations. And adopting a feminist approach to challenge the system here would benefit everyone, I think, and contribute to the development of new, more just, hopefully more inclusive cultural orientations. That would be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do you have any question?
Yeah, thank you for the great presentation. I think it was very insightful, and also I can imagine hard research to do. So I have a question, two questions actually. First of all, did the topic of political escapism came up within your study maybe, or maybe you have some thoughts about it? What I mean is that sometimes psychotherapeutical discourse is used as well to explain the non-involvement or ignoring of political realities. And I wonder if that was part of your study as well. And then, and then the second question, how do you make sense of the recent news when police came and detained 20 or something mental health workers in Belarus, and they were released, as I understand, but still they were asked to release their patients' data. I understand that it's not directly related to the study you did, but do you have any thoughts on this in the context of your study? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Those are two great questions. And concerning the first, on the political escapism, even though it was not, the questions pointed to that, but sure, it came up. But in my interviews, it came up not as narratives that I'm not interested in politics, because there was no such people among my respondents and informants. But it sure came up as a strategy to be less engaged, to protect yourself. And couple of informants said to me that when they felt that they couldn't take it anymore, they just unsubscribed all the news. Someone left only one channel or two channels. Someone left only channels like, Chai s Malinovim Vareniem, something like that. To just, because this feeling of solidarity and this feeling for pain for others was so much hurting them, reading the news, that at some point they just decided to stop that all, to stop reading that, because just to not get mad to not get insane. And it was, of course, after going to therapists with those conditions of anxiety or depression, after working with one's emotions, they decided to just, two people, I think, or three, decided to just focus a bit more on your personal, on what you can do with your life, and less on the news, because I think everybody understands this. But yeah, did I answer your question? Or
Yes, thank you very much.
And probably Ayjan also raise a hand. Do you have a question?
Oh, thank you. Hello, everyone. I was just clapping at the end of the presentation. I'm sorry.
I
Yes.
think there was a second question also concerning the detention of therapists, yeah? But I don't have much to say about it. My opinion, if you ask my opinion, I don't know if it's relevant or not. As I see those detentions, apart from the thing that they're therapists, or there was detention, mass detention of doctors and etc., it seems like a randomizer working in the system, because not because they're just lazy and randomly arrests anybody, but because it works more effectively when you don't see any system in detention. You are scared the most because you are not protected. You don't see the grounds for your protection. So that's also a kind of, as I see it, it's a kind of tool for political oppression, for using this fear as atomizing force. And of course, data obtained of psychologists. I can imagine if I were a police officer, I see it is useful for them. But it's not, as we know, it's not any of this makes any sense or in any way just, or, here. I think I answered this as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Now we will have not a short break, we have a lunch break till 2 p.m. We do as usual. We go at the same place as we have already gone. So we will return at 2 p.m.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Ksenia.
Hi, Tanya.
How are you?
Good, quite good. Looking forward to our panel. And how are you?
Yeah, true.
You're not in Vilnius, right?
No. That is why I'm here. I mean,
Yeah. The same for me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be staying here, but I will switch off my camera as well. But in case you need me, just let me know.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We will be late for like maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay. Hi, Nika. Thank you.
We're starting our next panel. It's panel number 6. We ran a little bit late, 10 minutes behind at the moment. So I suggest us to listen to all of the spokesperson and then to have some time for the discussion. And the first spokesperson is Olha Davidik. She's a Master of Philosophy and doctoral student of the Culture and of Criticism Research Program at the University of Ljubljana in Germany. And her topic would be the pessimism and optimism of the future of the world in the strategies of feminism and digital technologies. Please welcome Olha.
So thank you very much for having me here, and so I would love to express my sincere congratulations with this absolutely beautiful and perfect conference, and this is my great pleasure to contribute with my really humble essay. Today I have a bunch of ideas, I would say, so it's not like, it's less scientific approach, rather essayistic view of how transformative reality we have now and how we deal with it. And a bunch of my ideas of how I see the combination of IT, digital sphere, and feministic approach on the way of dealing and investigating the reality that we're experiencing now. And I would like to preface my reading, and I'm so sorry, I'm going to read because I'm not a very good speaker, so I hope that this essay is not going to be a lullaby for you, but still my apologies for that. So I would like to preface it with a quote from Timothy Morton, who is object-oriented theorist. So his ontology is somehow a continuation of Hartman's and Latour's ideas. So this is the quote from All Art is Ecological, which is his book. So things are indirectly and constantly present. They only appear to be when they malfunction or are different versions of the same things than we used to. So at the moment when everything became shaky, fragile, broken, what used to be hidden under the thickness of the ordinariness and everydayness came out, became visible, tangible, and co-present. Paul Edwards, in the book Infrastructure and Modernity, Power, Time, and Social Organization in the History of Socio-Technical Systems, notes that for most technologies are invisible. Well-established technological systems are connective issues and blood vessels of modernity. In short, these systems have become infrastructures. So we are definitely on the verge of a grandiose change or a great failure. Systems are falling apart and connections are collapsing, the ground is falling out from under our feet, and perhaps a new stage of modernity will lead to a reconfiguration of the social and political fields, to new principles of freedom and connectivity of agents, or perhaps to an even greater integration of control and usurpation practices. And increasingly, we are seeing how soft tactics of resistance against harsh repressive systems allow us to achieve positive changes and maintain the horizon of a joint future, but there is still a place for human-sized conglomerations. Of particular interest is the question of how tech and feminist research optics analyze the ongoing socio-political transformations and what mechanisms and tools they see as transforming the space of cohabitation. The end of the 20th and the very beginning of the 21st centuries have become a vivid illustration of how new tools and mechanisms created by the digital space, among other things, lead to the development of fundamentally different forms of social institutions. In IT, technologies and tools can be an instrument not only for networking activism, reaction, creating platforms for solving current problems, but also for consolidation, subsequent changes in socio-political systems, and their institutionalization. So a bunch of questions I would like to voice here. How do resistant tactics contribute to the gradual unwinding of the patriarchy machine? What role does IT technology play in this process, and how can we talk about a positive future together in a time of tragedies? And how does feministic optics represent the optimistic and pessimistic strategies of the future? And why it's important to have this convergence between tech and fem strategies of future transformations. And first of all, it's the possibility of new striking configurations of social and non-social relations, the transformations of power relations, the dismantling of hierarchical oppressive structures, and the possibility of going beyond the limits of organized monolithic environments. And together with Antonina STEBUR, who is unfortunately not present here, but we approached the study of this topic in 2021 in a joint article, which we hope is going to be published soon. And in this article, we tried to show, firstly, how information technologies and more broadly digital systems determine the specifics, both in positive and negative sense, Belarusian protests. And secondly, how do systems change or question traditional political or philosophical categories such as object, citizenship, state, borders, care, private and public spheres, agency, subject, whatsoever. The digital sphere played at that time a significant role in Belarusian protest, and its potential is used to a much greater extent than it usually happens when protesters use social networks to quickly exchange information and organize events. Here, we analyzed not only the use of social networks, but also the creation of new IT products and platforms through which citizens so-called connect to the protest movement. Digital systems have proposed new organizational forms, horizontal, without hierarchies and leadership. The protest itself can be described as flickering and peripheral. Thus it was this horizontal format that opposed the rigid hierarchy of power and gave us a new sense of community in the horizon of the future. The Belarusian protests, like other protests, used IT tools to communicate and organize, quickly inform the participants of the resistance. But in relation to other situations, the IT potential, in our case, was embedded in the very logic of the movement, with largely determined the specifics and transformational power of the events that happened in 2020 and 2021. Within our approach that we maintain in the joint article together with Antonina, we analyzed the depth of IT penetration into the protest movement, which is reflected not only in the use of the power of social networks, but also in the development of complex infrastructure programs that allow organizing decentralized, distributed, flickering resistance. In the article, we've also noted that this feature of the protest movement became possible on the one hand due to the growth and development of IT within the country, and on the other hand, it's noted that the tandem protest technology became possible thanks to the network logic of both phenomena. In addition, in the text, we presented an analysis and research of those transformations and reconfigurations that became possible due to the widespread and not superficial use of technology in protest. Among them are the emergence of horizontal and complex, non-hierarchical forms of collective action, the creation of networks of solidarity and mutual support, the creation of alternative infrastructures, the practice of policies that seek to capture the horizon of the future, those policies that take into account the future. And these are the crucial, these are the crucial aspects of that thing that unites together tech and fem strategies. So through the lenses of technologies incorporated into the social and political body, we can see the world differently. They may help us realize that the world can be composed in different ways, where both social and non-social chains and configurations interact, where human agents are equal to non-human agents, technical objects, and even other strange objects. IT can act as an interface for complex environments and newly appearing objects, or emergent objects if we talk in terms of Helga Novotny, for example. Such objects that arise at the junctions of interaction between different fields. Or, in the spirit of Agamben, may give birth to even more oppressive institutions. And Agamben outlines the generation of new invasive institutions interacting with bare life as forms of such pervasive control. For Agamben, subjective existence is determined not by the fact of the existence itself, reputation or publicity or any other social status, but by the fact of fixation of bioanthropometric data that are representative for management bodies and systems, whether it's going to be a polyclinic control and registration or airport inspection. As well as freedom of action, autonomy are independent variables in conditions of total control and subordination. In the biopolitical reality, the subject becomes subordinated to the element in the system of state care. His body is the intersection point of many discourses, socio-political practices of submission. But in the course of the Belarusian Revolution, we noted how technologies opened previously invisible channels of exchange, exposed and highlighted, one more time in a Agamben sense, the power that demonstrated the incapability of people, the power that turned a person into an animal capable of his own inability. And at the same time created a new utopian horizon of the future where other ways of cooperation and coexistence are possible. This ability to generate utopias makes technologies related to femme strategies one more time, which also generate radical images of utopias. There is a great variety of feministic optics. However, today I would like to turn to the theory of cyberfeminism, which among other things doesn't identify itself with an established theoretical trend, but rather associates itself with a diffuse, even parasitic one on the body of other theories, or socio-political body. So, for instance, Alla Mitrofanova identifies cyberfeminism with a browser for viewing and navigating in modern cultural shifts and historical heritage. One of the important strategies that activists use in the manifestation and production of new subjectivities and cultural femme representations in cyberspace, they contribute to the idea of utopia horizon. However, as the theorists of cyberfeminism themselves note, the insufficient interaction of theory and criticism also leads to negative effects and the reproduction of sexism and stereotypes of mass culture. From this perspective, the interviewing of social political theory and criticism will give more fruitful ideas for the strategies of net utopianism. So cyber-utopianism or web-utopianism or even digital utopianism or utopian internet is a subcategory of technological utopianism and the belief that online communication helps to create a decentralized, democratic and free society. The desired values may also be privacy and autonomy, freedom of expression, access to culture and information, were also socialist ideals leading to digital socialism. However, it's obvious that the digital environment doesn't automatically provide all the attractive value horizon, does not contribute to the decomposition of patriarchy and colonies, just as cyber utopia does not automatically become an environment that releases identities, because it is also inscribed in the logic of social production, and it is a project of social environments, which of course does not ensure the freedom of gender, body, age, social class and race. The internet grows out of systems that have discussed wars and systems of violence, and at the moment are also the product of rigid hierarchical structures. This integration of the cyber environment, cyber utopia, into the mechanics of hierarchies at the same time sets the normative aspect of cyberfeminism as a strategy that produces a radical hybridization of the masculine patriarchal oppressive order. On the one hand, this can also be a vulnerable point of cyberfeminism or any other femme strategy that sees one of its tasks as the hybridization of the masculine world. Femme strategies can be in subordinate relationship when they act as fixators of errors of the dominant and determining system, when they find the expression in a didactic function, in the role of a corrector of dictations, consequences of masculine tactics, when they work on mistakes and try to embed the marginalized vulnerable groups. And from this grows the fear that the femme episteme is devoid of heuristic potential, because this functionality is finite and has an auxiliary function. Thus, a certain radicalization and revolutionizing element is always needed. Thus, politically enlightened cyberfeminism, which takes into account the experience of past generations and critically comprehending the tools and strategies, has the opportunity to build a model of political thinking, among the tasks of which is deconstructing the patriarchal order that produces codes and languages and structures in the present, including in the web. The way we define femme strategies is, among other things, the modification of another, the search of another subjectivity, even and especially within those in whose emancipation the telescopes of the femme agenda are directed. The discovery of the other within oneself, the distancing and differentiation of this other subjectivity are the political tasks of both femme strategies and network connections and structures. The development of fragile ontologies and spontaneous agglomerations, sporadic associations, attention to micro-processes and micropolitics, switching from the policy of recognition, distinguishing from, to the policy of immersiveness and being with, are the distinctive features of those utopias that are possible in the horizon of technology and feminist strategies for the transformation of reality. And the more radically the task is formulated, the more clearly the outline of those dislocations and fractures that are characteristics of the actual social order emerges. And at the same time, we must not forget that any strategy or tactics has a dark side. Cyberfeminism has remained as an excellent project. Digital technologies and digital environments still remain in the status of potential for future changes. Subjects are still under pressure from power structures, and a catastrophic future is coming every day. However, there are much more opportunities to change everything. So thank you very much for your attention. Yeah, I would love to answer any questions if there are.
Since we're running a little bit late, I suggest to have a discussion a little bit later after all the three spokespersons are presenting their report. So just 1 second. Yeah, and right now we're inviting the next speaker, who is Tanya Arhimovich. Tanya, as far as I can see, you are here, and I'm just going to share the screen. And you could use your presentation if needed. Tanya, are you here?
You cannot start screen share while the other participants is sharing. I see this message.
Could our technical team help us? We're having your presentation on the screen. Just 1 second. We're having a little bit of technical moment. It's nice.
You should just stop sharing because you don't have my presentation.
If you don't mind, we're just going to stop sharing and let you have your time, let you have your presentation.
Yeah, now I can. Whiteboard.
Okay, so a little bit of introductions since we are dealing with technical difficulties. Tanya Archimovich is a scholar and a curator from Belarus. She's a PhD candidate at the International Center for the Study of Culture at Leibniz University, Germany. And her topic is the trajectories of displacement, non-written and lost biographies. Tanya, have you already settled your presentation? Are you ready to speak?
One moment, because so maybe not able to report your screen until later. Sorry, because it's.
Do you have any needed permissions to share your screen? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we can see your screen and you can turn into the slide share mode. Yeah, great. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi everyone. Unfortunately, I don't see, but yeah, I hope that we are in touch at the moment. And thank you very much for this opportunity. Unfortunately, I could not join on site, but I tried to follow almost all papers, and thank you very much. And I want to present today some results of my research, which is a part of my dissertation project about the avant-gardes in Soviet Belarus I'm working on. I will present a historical perspective on the topic, however, unfolding the history of displacement, erasing, forgetting, and non-recognition of female producers in art, and defining some strategies of how it was performed. My paper aims to uncover some so-called universal common patterns of how this marginalization and, as a result, absence still happens, no matter in what field, art, science, technology, in any field which is considered automatically a male realm. And from this perspective, storytelling remains, as many feminist scholars argue, a fruitful counter-strategy to trouble this existing canon or structure in order to disclose its artificial constructivist character. Once I was talking with Belarusian art historian Olga Arkhipova, who before 2020 worked at the Belarusian National Art Museum and was responsible for biographies of artists whose works are in the museum's collection. I asked her if there were Belarusian female artists at the beginning of the 20th century. Many of them, Arkhipova responded, and I was surprised, since usually the answer sounds like, no, not many, almost nobody. Then she told me how she reconstructed the biographies of these female artists. She looked for the details in the archives and libraries in Minsk, Moscow, Vilnius, Warsaw, other cities, those potential places where the traces of the artist from Belarus might be. Sometimes she succeeded. Sometimes the only name remains. So I will briefly share with you some of my preliminary consumptions regarding the role of storytelling and archives in revising and deconstructing the so-called structure. Since, as Griselda Pollock notes, quote, women had always been involved in the production of art, unquote. The question is why art history still belongs to men. You can see the photo from the Vitebsk People's Art School, history made in 1922. In many feminist art history studies, discovering photos is one of the favorite methods to begin a story, since it allows immediately to disclose the problematic points. Usually, we can see many women in photos from the history of different art movements, including avant-gardes. But the titles often present only well-known male names. The female figures remain with no names, and if they have, it tells nothing. Most readers might only suppose that she was a lover, a model, but definitely not a producer. Almost nobody usually asks, except for probably curious feminist scholars, who she was in fact. This photo is a bit of an exception as it has an extended title. It is Robert Falk with his Vitebsk students seated first row from left, Lev Zevin, Ivan Peskin, second row from left, Robert Falk, Raisa Idelson, Dmitry Morachev, third row from left, Efraim Volkonsky, Sarah Revinson, Moisha Kunin, Frida Rabkina. And not only female, but almost all these names, except for Falk and maybe Zevin, are mainly unknown. However, I suppose male figures still have more chances to be discovered, since the point is, would be these female figures are considered producers of art at all. At the same time, it was mainly female students who quantitatively dominated the Cubists and Suprematism classes in the People's Art School and represented the most ardent followers of so-called avant-garde arts. But only a few of them I at least mentioned, like Vera Yermolaeva and Nina Kogan as teachers and managers, or Ksenia Boguslavska and Elena Kabische Yakerson, since they were wives of Ivan Puvny and David Yakerson. Those who were students, and they were more than one-third of the whole number, almost disappeared from the school's history. And this example is one among those that show how art history can turn the phenomenon into an exclusively male achievement, ignoring and forgetting facts or leaving them as insignificant. You see the names of these students, but it is just a part of what is known. However, it already shows how representative the female part was. For instance, Evgenia Magaril, Chaya, Hanna, Kagan, Frida Rabkin, Elena Kabischer-Yakerson, Raisa Idelson had fascinating artistic biographies. Polina Hentova, she was not a student of the schools, however, she was born in Vitebsk. And she is mainly mentioned because El Lisitsky was unrequitedly in love with her. And as scholars suppose, it was the reason he came to Vitebsk and soon to Berlin following Hentova. She was born in Vitebsk, attended Penn schools, and then enrolled at the Academy of Art in Brussels. She lived in Paris and Munich and soon came to Moscow. In 1921, Hentova moved to Berlin and then to London, where she became a sufficiently successful artist. However, before she married the British artist Edmund Xavier Kapp. Nadia Khadasevich-Leger was born into a low-income family in one Belarusian village. At the beginning of the 1920s, she came to Smolensk to become a student of Władysław Sztymiński and Katarzyna Kobra. Then she moved to Warsaw, married the Polish artist Stanisław Grabowski, came to Paris, divorced. In 1950, she married the French artist Fernand Léger. The fact that I can mention these names and even tell at least a story underlines the privileged status of these women, although they are on the margins, but at least in history. The life paths of these lucky women were almost identical. Most of them were under the protection of male artists. Class and economic conditions are also significantly impacted. These women belonged to the middle class or artistic families, got a good education, including in the Western art academies, and could move to central cities, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Kiev, Berlin, Paris, and other. The status of an artist wife, lover, and or class privilege were not obligatory, but required for women to enter artistic circles. After the Bolsheviks came to power, the situation changed, first of all, in terms of class. The privilege was to have worker or peasant roots. However, as the stories of Nadia Khadasevich-Leger and the sculptor Olga Dedok-Bembel show, despite the possible different roads for women from the periphery, a marriage or relations with a male artist remained a necessary condition to be mentioned in history. Thus, Nadia Khadasevich is mainly represented as an artist who associated with the names of male artists, a wife of Leger, a student of Malevich and Lech Tyminsky, and what about Kobra, as if it is the only way to value her art. At the same time, marriage status and the called protection for male artists might not always mean a happy end for their professional ambitions. Olga Dedok dreamed of being, quote, no less than Leonardo da Vinci, unquote, and was one of those few women who graduated from the sculpture department at the Petrograd State Art Educational Studios, former Imperial Academy of Arts in St. Petersburg, at the end of the 1920s. She is known as the wife of the Belarusian sculptor Andrei Bembel. She is sometimes mentioned as a mother of Oleg Bembel, the philosopher and Soviet dissident, and rarely do art historians write about her as a sculptor. However, the more I look at these unknown names, the more I imagine how the landscape of art history could change if these stories are told. But despite a corpus of literature on the topic of women artists, which was published last decades, looking through the name lists in different publications and catalogs, it is obvious how incomparably few of women are presented. This number of about 10 tells us rather the story of an exception, as if the involvement of women in art was something atypical of the sex that merely reproduces, as Pollock states, quote, the idea that women and art are incompatible, unquote. It is a reason storytelling remains a fruitful approach for feminist scholarship. The problematic aspect is the scarcity of documents which allow even to reconstruct their biographies. In contrast to male artists, they often do not leave any record. Besides, artworks made by women often remain whether not attributed or missing as a result of different reasons, for example, like Great Purge or the Second World War or even Holocaust, when a lot of archives, private archives were banned, but also because misspellings, different name spellings or mixed identification like Belarusian, Russian, Polish, French, and so on. For example, you can see different spelling for Nadia Khodasevich. And this list does not include Cyrillic spellings, or the version for Polina Hentova. Actually, officially, she is presented like Pola or Paulina Hentov. Jewish names were often adapted to the Russian version, like Haya, Anna, Hanna. And all these things make the process of discovery very complicated, and it should be taken into account. However, except for the numerous archival documents, for instance, Nadia Khodasevich left at least so-called memoirs written by another author, but based on her remembrances. Olga Didok also wrote the diary, but it was published only after her death, initiated and supported by family members. Who knows how many still not published notes are kept in family archives. Nevertheless, as Pollock underscores, analysis of private and such public documents as records, transcripts, registers, and so on should be done carefully, since it might, quote, not necessarily produce an alternative version, unquote. Besides, the archive should be considered, quote, part of a system of representation by means of which the past seems to be left deposited in the present, unquote. The aim is therefore to place, quote, this more extended range of historical materials in a theoretically informed framework of the social, economic, and ideological practices of the investigated period, unquote. At this point, archives, in a broader sense, function politically as a means of exclusion, but they can serve as a tool of inclusion as well. However, how to deal if there are no even recorded traces? For instance, you can see the only trace of the artist from the artist Palmira Mrachkovskaya is her portrait made by Yakov Kruger, a founder of the drawing school in Minsk in 1906. So she was an artist, a student of the school, a patron, but still there is the only her trace. And can this no trace mean something? How far can feminist approaches advance history? Do we need to move forward or entirely change the direction? And I want to finish my presentation with one more story, more current example. It is the artist Halina Rusak. Unfortunately, she died already. And Volga Arkhipova mentioned her name during our talk and said that there was an exhibition by Rusak at the National Museum in 1992. I didn't know her before. I started to Google, firstly in Belarusian. And I found this information briefly. She was born in Novogrudek, Belarusian artist, art critic, member of the Belarusian diaspora in the USSR, professor. After the Second World War, her family left Belarus. She graduated from Freiburg and Leuven universities. Since 1949, she has lived in the USSR. She received a master's degree in humanities from New Jersey University. She worked as the director of the art library of this university. Her works were well known in the USSR and Canada. She was a member of the leadership of the Association of Belarusian Artists and Craftsmen. And mainly her artistic activities in Belarusian are described in terms of her reference or service to Belarus as the motherland, like in this patriotic sense. And then I Googled it in English, and I found that she was an editor of the book titled Abstract Expressionist Women Painters, an annotated bibliography published by Scarecrow Press in 1995. Actually, she wrote a lot of reviews and analytical articles for Zapisy and Belarusian Study Journal during 16th, 17th. I found also an article in Wikipedia which presents Rusak as a member of the collective of the New York Art Gallery, Soho 20. This gallery was founded in 1973 by a group of women artists as one of the test galleries in Manhattan to showcase the work of female artists. Also, she participated in the exhibitions at the Douglas College Library, which pioneered the exhibitions of women artists' work. Linda Nochlin reviewed one exhibition, and I just read the fragment where she describes Rusak's work, actually. The impact of folk art inspiration is evident also in Halina Rusak's brilliantly colored biomorphic flowerscapes, although in this case, the folk tradition is that of the artist's native Eastern Europe. In both cases, the original sources of inspiration have been completely transformed by the artist in question and simply linger on as a kind of evocative visual memory trace in the new pictorial structure. In 1974, American artist Sylvia Sly created a diptych, Soho 20 Gallery, which contained portraits of the collective members of Soho 20 Gallery. I suppose Halina Rusak is that short woman in a gray shirt here with the red knuckles, who stands in the second row in the left pane, in my left. The Brooklyn Rail stated, it's also the information from Wikipedia, that the paintings could be, quote, read today like detailed history paintings that record the birth of the feminist art movement, unquote. And you see that digital tools, in my case, played a significant role to discover these alternative contexts. And I stop here. Thank you very much.
We are really grateful for your wonderful presentation, and as I've mentioned previously, we are now going to move to the next presentation, then have a joint discussion. And the next spokesperson is Ksenia Stalinkova. She's a lecturer in the Academic Department of Humanities and Arts and also in Science Shop Manager at the European Humanities University. And congratulations, Ksenia, who defended in January her PhD dissertation in philosophy. So are you do you prefer to turn on your presentation by yourself, or should we share the screen here in the auditorium?
I can do that. I can do that. Thank you.
Anything that is more comfortable with you. So Ksenia would talk with us about the role of woman narrator, the legality of choosing a plot in the years of crisis. Welcome, Ksenia.
Thank you so much for this very, very nice presentation and introduction. And hello to everyone. I'm really happy to be presenting today, and I'm happy to be a participant of this conference. Please let me know if you can see my slides. Can you see it? Yeah, you can see. Okay, so yeah, as I think I misheard something. Someone was saying something.
I just said that everything is visible and is working properly, so you can just start.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So yeah, as it was already mentioned, my presentation is titled Woman Narrator, the Legality of Choosing a Plot in the Years of Crisis. And except my academic career at European Humanities University, I'm also a writer and a playwright. So this topic was to some extent inspired by my professional interest in creative spheres and in creative writing, as in the year 2020, I switched from writing entertaining books for young adults in the genres of fantasy and detectives to rather dramatic stories dedicated to the history of Holocaust in Belarus. And during that period, I realized that I have no right to write some entertaining text anymore, and this is why I switched to more specific genres, which were really which could be labeled as tragedies or dramas. And at the same time, I noticed that other writers, and specifically women writers, have almost the same problem as myself, and this is why I decided to outline a reflection, a rather academic reflection on this topic. So first things first, to define who is the narrator and who we can identify as the narrator, I think that at this point we can refer to Umberto Eco's 6 Walks in the Fictional Woods, which was published in 1994, and that's rather late, and that's rather structuralist, post-structuralist, and literary semiotics issue, but still it provides an interesting definition of narrators and readers, which might be of interest to this specific topic as well. So as for narrator, we can see this person as an empirical author, so as a physical person who is writing texts, and as well as a model author, which is rather a system of discursive strategies which build up the text. And corresponding to these two roles of narrator, or these two identities of narrator, we can see that the reader can be also identified as an empirical reader or as a physical reader, physical person who's reading this or that text, and as well as a model reader, which is a set of instructions which help to navigate through the text. And thus physical reader can become this model reader due to reaction and response to those instructions which were left by model author, which were also not only left, but specifically built up for that model reader who is of interest to model author. And as for this specific topic, of course, I'm mostly interested in narrators as women writers who are writing about other women. And in this situation, I think that it's also important to outline other key points which are important to discuss here, which is not only women's fiction writing, but also Belarusian context and political crisis of 2020-2023, which has a dramatic impact on what women's fiction writing is and how it develops within these years of crisis. So talking about the context before the year 2020, it's important to mention that gender aspect was of less importance for identifying oneself as a Belarusian writer, but the main challenge was the language, because most Belarusian writers community, I mean, the entire Belarusian writers community was split according to this definition, whether you are a Belarusian writing author or whether you are a Russian writing author. So Belarusian writing authors had publishing support, and they could get publishing support both from governmental and or independent organizations. But at the same time, their audience was rather narrow, or was considered as rather narrow, if comparing to Russian reading audience. And this Belarusian reading audience was also considered as intellectual because it corresponded to the ideals referring to cultural traditions and anticipations of how these traditions might develop in the future. And as for Russian writing authors, they had quite limited publishing opportunities in Belarus because many publishing houses in Belarus had policies aimed specifically at supporting Belarusian writing authors, and it was really problematic to get your book published if you used to write in Russian. And these authors were considered as cultural outlaws, and especially if they were published abroad, because they usually were considered as those writing for mass audience. And as for women narrators in 2015-2020, in this period, as I have already said, women's writing was considered as less important identity factor, but at the same time, interestingly, there were quite a number of successful stories of women writers, most likely over 40 years old, who covered the genres of historical nonfiction, fantasy, historical and realist fiction. And their books were quite often aimed at children, teenage and young adults. And due to these successful stories, women writers under 30 years old got larger publishing support, and they also could have some mentor support on behalf of those successful women writers. And they also covered quite the same genres, also including romance and detective fiction. And that was also aimed at children, teenagers, and young adults, not only at grown-up audience. And as for the context after the year 2020, the situation was and still is that independent writers' communities and publishing houses in Belarus are closed by authorities, and at the same time, new publishing houses are established abroad, but there are less and less opportunities for Belarusian writers staying in Belarus to get published, because governmental publishing houses have their own queues and they have their own lists of writers. And this is why it's of real difficulty to get your book published or to find another opportunity for a showcase. At the same time, many writers are still relocating because of political repressions. I would say that this is not a new phenomenon to Belarusian writing community, because writers in exile were quite an issue during previous periods of Belarusian literature development, but still more writers are relocating and the number of those who are leaving the country increases. And what is the most dramatic thing in this situation is that Belarusians staying in Belarus and Belarusians going abroad for relocation mutually accuse each other of collaborationism or nostalgic hypocrisy. And this spring, there was a really scandalous situation during the book fair in Belarus, when those publishers who still were staying in Belarus and whose publishing houses were not closed by authorities, but they have not been closed yet, let's call it this way. And they participated in that book fair, but those publishers who went abroad accused them of collaborationism, and that also influenced not only the publishers community, not only writers community, but also readers communities, because the community was really split by the scandal, and it created a serious gap, which is difficult to overcome at this moment. And as for women narrators after the year 2020, the gender aspect is still of less importance, because the challenge of what language to choose, I would say that not only gender aspect, but also language aspect is of less importance, because the previous challenge of what language to choose and where to publish in terms of governmental or independent organizations transformed into whom to publish for and whether to publish at all, while split geographically, politically, and psychologically. Because now we can see that there are two reading audiences, one within Belarus and another one abroad. And the same is for the writers, for writing communities. And at the same time, this is the question of the showcase, because more and more Belarusian writers abroad get more opportunities for showcase, and they begin using different languages. But still, this is the question of who will be reading the texts, because most likely it won't be aimed at Belarusian reader anymore. And as for the most considerable novels, which were widely and are still widely available in Belarus, there were two books published in 2020 and 2021. The first book is Pastoy Deshvolcha, written by Eva Vizhnevets, and the second novel is by Tatiana Zamirovskaya, who published the book Smерти нет. And they both were written in immigration, and both books were written by those successful women writers over 40 years old, and they both are connecting the plots either to death or to family background in the framework of magic realism, as for Eva Vizhnevets, or in the framework of sci-fi, as for Tatiana Zamirovskaya. And as for younger women writers, they mostly switched to autofiction, focusing on either sexuality or maternity or disability. And they often outline political repressions in Belarus or the war in the Ukraine as a subplot for their autofiction writing. And these texts are usually of shorter formats, and they are published in digital zines with narrow audiences. So in comparison to these books by Eva Vizhnevets and Tatiana Zamirovskaya, they have less opportunities to for the showcase, and they gain less attention on behalf of reading communities. So to sum up the current situation, it's important to outline that the notion of Belarusian literature and Belarusian writers' identities are at stake because of current political crisis. And that concerns not only women narrators, but any narrator who relates oneself to Belarusian literature or to Belarusian writers' communities. Most genres, except children's fairy tale books, have disappeared from the writing agenda, as this is really morally illegal. And this is quite similar to those accusations on social networks within Belarusian cultural communities as well, when some people really accuse each other of being happy during the times of crisis, during this political crisis, and during really dramatic situation which is currently ongoing. And in this situation, it's morally illegal not only to write about something beyond the current situation, but it's also morally illegal to feel happy or to live a normal life. And what is more, this is really interesting that it's a problem not only to relate oneself to specific texts which are written, but it's also the problem of feeling the ability to write a text, which has also psychological roots, because when you don't feel that you can express yourself and you have that freedom of expression to write any text which you could plan during previous periods of time, it's also the psychological pressure that you feel. And this is why writers feel that aphasia, as again Tatiana Zamirovskaya framed in one of her reflections, literary reflections, and this is a problematic issue as well. And as for specifically Belarusian women's writing in 2020, and I mean from 2020 to 2023, most writers are concentrating around either ancestry and or corporality, which is unfortunately limiting the diversity of identities among women fiction characters and also women narrators on both levels, not only on the level of model authors, but also on the level of empirical authors. And as for further perspectives which go beyond this presentation of mine, there are three main questions which are at stake to my mind, and I think it's really important to see what might come within those perspectives and along with these perspectives. Because first of all, this is the question of what are the ways to maintain or newly established Belarusian writing communities and specifically those supporting women writing, encouraging the diversity among women narrators, both on the level of empirical authors and model authors. The second question concerns the current situation in the way that it is affecting readers' communities, and specifically on the level of model readers engaging in texts to maintain the future for Belarusian literature being relevant locally, nationally, and globally. Because although those concepts of Umberto Eco, of course, concern mostly the way that the texts are written and the ways that these texts can be read, it's also the problematics of finding a text relative to your experience so that you can engage in the text. Because if you cannot relate to yourself, you won't be, most likely you won't be reading this text. You won't be interested in identifying this text within your practical experience. And this is why this situation affects not only the practices which are shared by Belarusian communities among writers and specifically women writers, but also among readers' communities. And it also affects women readers because fewer and fewer women and fewer girls of younger generation will be relating themselves to Belarusian literature. And the third question is, what are the risks of writers competing with AI development, able to generate plots, but having no gender, both globally and within Belarusian context? So, I mean, the risks, it's interesting to estimate the risks, both globally and within Belarusian context, because if referring to ChatGPT, which is really tremendously popular these days, it's a commonplace to think that it usually responds to the questions asking about their gender, that its gender, that it doesn't have any gender. And this is why it cannot produce or generate some specific experience perspective, and it can only analyze open data and some data which it has access to. And this is why it's a problematic issue. And at this point, I think it's really important to see how women writers, who were competing with men writers previously, will be or won't be competing with AI development, because this is again to the question of immaterial labor and the question of recognition of this labor and acknowledgement of those persons who engage in this labor. And it's interesting how ChatGPT, for example, or any other AI instrument might be used either for or instead the labor within writing communities, because at this point we see that it's really difficult to compete when some women writer is providing her experience perspective, and this will be some original, unique perspective, but still it might be of less interest to the reader, who might be looking for some more intriguing genres and some more intriguing plots, which will be artificially generated. But at the same time, as for Belarus, within Belarus, I think it's important to mention that ChatGPT is not available for Belarusians, and it's not available due to political restrictions. So maybe this won't affect those Belarusian women writers who are staying within Belarus, but still, I think that this is the interesting point to analyze anyway for future perspectives. At this point, I think I will finish my presentation. So thank you so much for your attention, and I will be happy to respond to any questions during the joint panel. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ksenia. And now we have some time to answer ask and answer, have some answers for all the questions. Are there any person in the auditorium who's willing to start?
I want to ask Tatiana Antonina, and my question is about what the study of the Belarusian art history brings to understanding how this field organization, what we can say some about some methodological issues from her study. Thanks.
Tanya, I think we do not.
You're on mute. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, but I could not get, I think, like the question. You mean, because actually I mentioned different things and levels. Maybe you could a bit extend the question, like what do you particularly you mean?
I want to ask what the methodological perspectives bring for us studying of the Belarusian art history and taking part women in this process.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Maybe it would be nice also to explain for us. It's not clear, but in any case, I briefly can respond. Methodologically, I think like minimum there are two directions, like this feminist approach, of course, and also decolonization, for sure, as a narration from the margins, like the narration which is almost missed in Central and Eastern European studies. So I think that we like Belarusian context can contribute to both these fields.
Thank you. Are there any other questions in the auditorium? You're welcome.
I would like to thank all of you for presentations, but I have a question for Ksenia. It's actually really interesting that what you said about the situation, the current situation with Belarusian women writers, and I realized that actually I don't know anything about women writers that would be part of official Lukashenko's literary canon or something like those women who are writing now inside Belarus and who are living on the dotations, let's say, from the state sector of culture. So just if you can give some examples, that would be interesting. And second point is, was it possible actually until 2020 to live on the royalties from publishing? It's maybe not only about women writers, but mostly about independent writers in general. I understand what the situation is now and how authors are surviving, but also surviving thanks to the royalties from translation. But inside Belarus, how was it possible?
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for
like
these
for
questions.
being paid for material.
Yeah. I absolutely understand. As for your first question, I think that there is no official. There is no official data like this. There is no public figure among either women writers or among writers in Belarus in general who would be of the public support to the regime. But at the same time, among men writers, I could say a couple of names, but still, I think women writers are of less political engagement. But still, this is an interesting point because there were previously two writers' unions in Belarus. The one which was founded in 1933, I think, and which was like a historical traditional union of writers. It was called, I think, the Union of Belarusian Writers, and that was considered as a liberal union, but that was closed by authorities. And another one was the Union of there was a tricky point in this naming. One was the Union of Belarusian Writers, and another either Belarusian Union of Writers, either Union of Writers in Belarus. There was some tricky point in this, but that was the governmental union, and that was really providing support for those who were engaging in political situation from, on behalf of the regime. And I think that unless the year 2012 or maybe 2014, I cannot remember correctly, but still it was around those years when some writers were in 2 unions. And then it was decided that one writer can be only a member of 1 union, and that created a gap between the community. Within the community, and there were 2 communities, and I know that some chose that one which was liberal, and others chose that one which was governmental. And I know several examples when those who were members of the governmental union during the year 2020 decided to somehow quit, and they relocated, and that was an interesting point. And as for this supportive situation, I cannot say. So I have not noticed if there were any. And still, there is a different situation when some writers who are considered as liberal artists and who are considered as those who were supporting liberal union and so on and so forth, they are still working for governmental media. And this is a very problematic situation, because on the one hand, it might seem that they are of support to the regime, but on the other, they are, I know personally that they are still trying to create a platform for diversity in literature community, and it's a really, well, I would say problematic point, because they are endangered. Maybe they are even more endangered than those who are not working in those media. So this is an interesting combo occupation. I would say occupation and creative writing job, I would say. And as for the second question, I think it was impossible to leave for royalties until 2020 and after 2020 if one choose to be a writer. And usually writers were combining their creative work with some other position. Most of writers are usually either journalists, or they were also working as some scholars within institutes, within scientific institutes. So it's usually, it used to be a situation when you cannot live for your money received, for the money received for your creative work, and you have to find a way to make a combination with another occupation. So yeah, that would be my responses. Thank you very much again.
Just a quick add.
Thank you, Ksenia. I've just realized that I also want to give some remarks on Tatiana's presentation. I think it was really a brilliant example on how to look for the biography in internet today, and what traces can we find in different cultural contexts. And I also used to check the biographical information on the authors whom I'm interested in at least 3 languages, and in some cases even in 4 and 5, including, for instance, like for our region, it's also Polish language is also important in order to check some biographies, and I have realized it only recently that it differs very much. And the spelling of the names in particular becomes a problem, because even the kind of seemingly simple surnames, which do not have like many letters, still they can be in 2 or 3 different forms of spelling, and now each time when we are writing someone's biography or adding some biographical notes, we need to provide all the long list of all these possible spellings in order to make it understandable for the reader. For instance, I did it recently on for the publication of some translations from Veronika Cherkasova and Svetlana Alexievich, and it was really trouble with not only finding the biographies. In case of Veronika Cherkasova, also she was killed in the beginning of 2000s, in 2004, seems to be quite recent, but the biography is almost non-existent. And yes, and so I provided also these several spellings. And additional comment is about this decolonization or decolonizing of the biographies as well, because once we read the biographies in Russophone and Russian internet, for instance, on internet pages, even of some really well-known writers like Svetlana Alexievich, we always get a completely different interpretation of biography, and even for comparative analysis of the narratives from the margins of the decolonial writing and of the imperial narratives, even this comparative analysis of the web pages would be an interesting thing to do.
Thank you. I have a question, if I may.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, I have a question for Volga, actually, because actually I had this question and I put it after Natalia presentation about like this digital space for women activism and so on. But I put it on this streaming YouTube stream channel, and maybe nobody read, I don't know. But I realized that I can ask you, since your topic also deal with this, because yeah, maybe my question is a bit rhetoric, but maybe you have some ideas. So the question is, why do women still fail getting an opportunity to be turned into a political force because of this digitality, in contrast to populism, mainly male-based, which succeeds because of the same means?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And so just I would preface it that I'm not quite capable of answering it like to the full scale, yeah. But yeah, so but possibly I can mention one aspect that was also pronounced in framework of cyberfeminism, for example, approach. So it really failed, especially when it comes to cyberfeminism as a theoretical approach. It failed as a project. And so they also commented on that thing, why still women are not that present in digital space. And I believe that the answer could be quite simple and at the same time quite complex, that unfortunately those tools that they use are like were produced still on man's side, yeah. So they still have these man play rules, and so still internet is the side of this patriarchy and masculine control and oppression, and of course this is due to the commodity of the very space, and due to capitalistic order, and definitely due to this idea that we still cannot break up with this, yes, with these masculine ideas. So I guess this could be the possible aspect of that thing. And yeah, so and of course it also traces us to the idea that really we have problems with internet access and education. And yeah, so there were lots of projects initiated by feminist clubs to educate women in that way, to give them tools and instruments and the vision of how they can work on internet and how they promote themselves in digital space, and how they can be creative producers of certain instruments. But unfortunately, so there's still not enough. Those efforts are not enough. So I see this is also a utopian and something that we can work out as a utopian future and radicalize this idea of digital space. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm answering.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Are there any questions in the auditorium or online? Because if not, I'm going to take my privilege as a moderator and ask Volha too. Are there any defined important factors that affect on whether the digital technologies would help to enhance the oppression or to fight with them, actually? Because in the case of Belarus and Belarusian protest, we have a lot of great grassroots initiatives, but we also have the arousal of such platforms as face scanning technologies to help to arrest people on their political motives.
Yeah, of course. So I mean, like everything, it has two sides, at least two sides. And of course, those instruments that were invented to support people and to protect them and to protect their data, of course, could be used by governments against people. And so it just, the way we continue the logic that Akamben was elaborating on, that all of those instruments are used against us. But at the same time, yeah, so just as you mentioned, we witnessed the birth of lots of those grassroots initiatives that really maintained and enhanced the growth of networks and the possibilities of collective activism. And yeah, so and also there was a great project, the great presentation from our Ukrainian colleagues about those digital instruments that are now present in Ukraine and how they help to survive in the state of emergency. So I mean, yeah, so it's like two-sided coin, and of course we should use it, yeah, in a way that can be supportive rather than controlling.
Thank you for your answer. And we have a couple more minutes to maybe ask some questions if they have arisen. Any of them? Okay, so we're gonna have a 5-minute break.
Sorry, maybe I can pose a question.
Of course, yeah. You can.
I'm sorry. I was struggling with my microphone and I could not unmute myself. This is why it took too many minutes for me. I'm sorry. I have a question to Tanya. I understand your scientific interest in the topic in specific historical period, but I'm also interested whether you had a chance to compare the situation in those 20s, 30s, 40s to the situation nowadays. So can you find the same traces of invisible women artists by their husbands or partners who are engaged in artistic practices as well, or maybe there are some different trends? So how would you envision this maybe really traces of maybe local reproduction of this scheme?
Thank you, Ksenia. So I think generally, unfortunately, like patterns are the same still. But of course, a lot of happened, like changes happened in terms of education, means to be visible, and certainly by female artists, because it's also, I mean, often still female artists are not so confident than, for example, male artists, and it can be also a reason not to voice yourself. But even like in Belarusian context, we see these changes, like comparing 10 years ago, this discussion about feminist art, where really like in the very beginning, with this clarification, like male artist or female artist, yeah. But I mean, the point is, but we see that actually these changes do not influence this general historical and current contemporary art history narratives. And that is why, for me, like dealing with history is not just, like to tell the story from the past, but every time I try to trouble and to show that still it is, and yeah, like avoiding this direct comparative method, because of course, like we should be should pay attention a bit, not to compare directly, but yeah, the question is how to say deconstruct, it's so overused word, but I mean generally to change, to transform this system of writing, like story writing, life writing, and so on. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
So are there any other questions? So we're going to have a little break. So we're asking all the participants to come back. Is the mic on? The mic is on? Okay. So we're asking all the participants to come back slowly, and we're starting at the 7th panel, which is called the Media Engagement and Gender Activism, Perspectives and Challenges. And first we have two of our Ukrainian guests, Olena Pavlova and Maria Goja, who are both doctors of science and of philosophy, professors of departments of ethics, aesthetics and cultural studies at Taras Shevchenko National University of Kiev, Ukraine. Do you want to have separate presentations, or are you going to perform together? Together, okay. So I'm just gonna share your presentation, and you're welcome to join the cathedra or to have a презентация вашей жизни сейчас. Да, презентация в открытии.
We decide to gather our efforts as a form of gender activism, as we usually do. Social media is a form of differentiation of the space of public, private, and intimate. It is related not only on coronavirus. Sorry? Time when it was obvious, even on physical level, but deeper tendency to community producing with the non-dominate of intersubjectivity relationships, but the mostly the differentiation of all fundamental elements, which is supported not domination and any certain forced absence of privileged status at all. They have their own specific of audience production in the post-Soviet times in general and in the Ukraine in particular. The everyday affairs, especially in Ukrainian women, are involved in a whole network of communication which are loaded with the problems not only the individual but also in many ways with the task of raising children, and therefore it is more as a form of production community, as a tribe, where the generic tie is more important than individual ones. The structure of this type of community is difficult to trace, and they are mostly built as a form of networks. Such form of the undirected being together were duplicated by Ukrainian women in the process of immigration to other European countries, in particular to Germany and Lithuania. The democracy and radical change of the environment leads to an even more intensive reproduction of trust networks in the media form. However, the structure of self-organization of media communities of Ukrainian immigrants reproduces the domestic one, gender and topographic affiliations. It's the Ukrainian, the common names for the media society, and you can see the repeated of this self-representation in the immigration channel in Germany. And the Lithuanian material will be represented by Maria.
So I will continue. Thank you very much for opportunity to present our research or start of our research. So as it was mentioned, social media can be viewed as a postmodern public space, and media communities can be seen as modified public organizations that traditionally perform multiple important social and cultural functions. One of such problems is the problem of refugees, in particular, problem of Ukrainian refugees. After the start of full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine on February 24, 2022, many Ukrainians left the country, fleeing the hostilities that came close to their families and homes. First of all, women with children left because martial law was introduced in the country from the first day of the invasion. And according to this law, all men from 18 to 60 years old were forbidden to cross the state border. Later, Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine approved presidential decree on general mobilization. And according to statistics, 14.5 million of Ukrainians left the country. After the occupation of Kyiv, Kharkiv and Kherson regions, part of population returned, but a significant number of citizens remained abroad for various reasons. They settled in a new place better than in Ukraine. Their homes were destroyed in their homeland, and when I prepared material at the end of April, the situation was one, and the last weeks, recent weeks showed the escalation of the situation in Ukraine, and we can mention that new wave of escalation force Ukrainians to stay abroad. Moreover, due to the specifics of the new wars, as Mary Kaldor calls them, the danger to the civilian population is everywhere, far from the line of combat. The battlefield is blurred. In European Union, Poland became the leader in hosting Ukrainians, where at the beginning of this year, more than half a million our citizens lived. Almost a million Ukrainians stay in Germany. Against such background, 73,000 Ukrainians in Lithuania is a small number in absolute terms. But if we take into account that the population of Lithuania in 2023 is 2,860,000, then Ukrainians who arrived are 2.6% of total population. It puts Lithuania in the top 5 countries that have accepted Ukrainians since the beginning of the invasion. The Ukrainians bring their specifics to the life of Lithuanian cities. They are changing cultural, linguistic, and demographic landscape of Little Lithuania. Tracking these changes in real time is quite difficult. One of the tools to understand the tendencies is possible with the method of content analysis of social networks. For example, Ukrainians who arrived in Lithuanian city Kaunas actively use Facebook for communication. On the Facebook platform, there are on the Facebook platform, there are several groups for Ukrainians in Kaunas. They are different in titles: Ukrainians in Kaunas, in Ukrainian, in English, in Russian, in Ukrainian languages, this title of the different groups. These groups consist from 3,000 up to 16,000 members. The group I have chosen for analysis is the group Girls in Kaunas, Девочки Kaunas. It is rather small. It consists of 3,200 participants on April 2023. But also I have to mention here very important remarks for me. Many Ukrainian women who have gone abroad deliberately break their former social ties in Ukraine. Settling abroad, they stop communicating with their former colleagues, neighbors, and sometimes relatives. The reasons need to be further explored. Perhaps in order to assimilate faster in a new environment, they need to stop thinking about the past. Or maybe it's possible they do not want friends and relatives bother them in a new place. where everything can be started from the very beginning. But the group Girls in Kaunas was created in September 21, half a year before the war started. It was founded by the girl who came to Kaunas to study. She indicated at the title that the group was created only for girls, women, to discuss topical women's questions, as well as help each other with the search for manicure masters or where to buy, where to go. And it will also be possible to arrange meetings in a cafe for group members. Initially, the group consisted mainly of Belarusians who left since 2020. In the right corner of the slide, we can see the message of one of the members that was put in the eve of the invasion in February 23. She complains that there are only 300 participants in the group. When I calculated all this data at the end of the April, the group consisted of 3,020 members, mostly Ukrainian women refugees in Kaunas. During the wartime, since the February 24 up to the April 27, they published 1,590 messages I analyzed. Empirical material was summarized in terms of bodily, social, and spiritual aspects of the lives of refugees. Specificity of Russian language and Ukrainian language content is important for Ukrainians. And traditionally, there were Russian-speaking and Ukrainian-speaking citizens. The beginning of the invasion coincided with the strengthening of the state language policy and the enforcement of communication in the state language in service sector, in public sphere, no, in public space. But the beginning of war created, among other matters, linguistic resistance of citizens. There is a high percentage of citizens who switch to the Ukrainian language in public and in private life. Often the language becomes a sign of national activism and the resistance to the occupiers. But the language specificity of the wave of Ukrainian refugees reflects the case that warfare hostilities are in the east and south part of Ukraine, where traditionally Russian-speaking population was living. And the Russian-speaking refugees arrived to Lithuania, and as Lithuanians say, that for the first time since Lithuania gained independence, the Russian language is distinctly heard in public spaces. First of all, it should be noted that after Ukrainian refugees entered the Facebook community, Girls in Kaunas, the content of the post changed in a specific way. On the one, but these changes are not very evident. On the one hand, having survived in terrible events, having received the experience of war, women are trying to preserve the signs of the former normal way of life, grasping for normality in significant moments. And this is, such tendency is reflected in content of the posts. So at the bodily optic, we can see the first place of the sphere of beauty and self-care. Various offers and requests for eyelash and hair extension, search for beauty services make up 44% of posts. This is the most obvious example to keep the traditional way of life in changing world, and showing that everything is okay with their financial and spiritual, emotional condition. The second most important topic for refugees is requests to find a doctor. And what is interesting that statistics demonstrates that mainly they are searching for gynecologists, mammologists, then gastroenterologists and dentists. So purely female doctors come first. And at the same time also this topic is very interesting because here posts are both in Ukrainian and in Russian, and language does not matter. Girls mention in their post that for Ukrainian speaking participants, the main point is the doctor has to be able to understand them. Local doctor or from refugees, and they would understand the doctor. One more topic is about ask for medicine for drugs. Then it's concerning bodily optics. While talking about social optics, also the main topic is buying and selling goods. Also, buying and selling goods and advertising of personal business. It's also the sign of normality, the attempt to find the state of normality. And also you see here that personal business cakes of any complexity, so any complexity of ordinary life. And it's one part of messages, but later on we see the smaller in number, but very important, but it's a novelty of the group connecting with the refugees. Logistics and parcels, it's also a new topic of the group because logistics to move to Ukraine, to get parcels from Ukraine, and charitable distribution of things and request for essentials for free. It's a novelty of warfare time. And what is also interesting is that request for the necessary belongings for free disappears by the end of the autumn 22, when they settled maybe and organized their life. And also very household services, real in content, in directions, and accommodation search was also connected with the state of refugees. And there are variants of these posts, but there are some comments, not in one post, but in several posts. There were comments of those who have already arrived that locals are reluctant to rent housing for Ukrainians. The next topic, pets. It's also interesting that the situation with pets during during the war in Ukraine is very terrible, because many people who left their homes, they stay their pets at home, and it's a tragedy for all ecologists that these animals usually died in empty houses last winter. But pets in this local community in Kaunas is the symbol of what such neighbor relations, not only with people, but also with animals, cats, rabbits, dogs, and so on. The next topic is the spiritual search. Spiritual search also, it shows the life, the everyday life. But what is interesting for me is that twice at this group I saw the advertising of European Humanities University program Student for a Week. And also for me, the very interesting. The kindergartens, also search of kindergartens and comments recommendations and calls for recommendations, and speaking clubs, book clubs, pushes of books. And what is interesting is that the Ukrainian-speaking refugees are more active in in such spiritual communication with the help of books. So they are searching books in Ukrainian. They are searching for speaking clubs on intellectual, maybe on cultural matters, and also speaking club. I have to mention that a very big call for communication in Lithuanian, to study Lithuanian, so people are ready to stay here and to learn language and to communicate in Lithuanian. And also, the next topic is request for communication. For me, it was very interesting because usually girls mark that they are Ukrainians, talk about their hobbies. So in their posts, I'm from Ukraine, I'm in search of some girls to walk, to talk, with children or individually, or maybe with special interests. They talk about their hobbies and try to find friends for walks and leisure. And also very interesting as for me post, it was one post, but I could not come across a spouse proposal. So the girl advertises her Lithuanian friend who works hard and has no time for searches of a good wife, to create a family, and she tries to help him. The next, it's also very big topic, request for information on Lithuanian policy towards Ukrainians, and also Lithuanian, Poland, and Ukrainian public services, as registration, migration, migration documents, passports for Ukrainians, registration, maybe dissolution of marriage abroad, and so on. The next, also rather important topic is the topic, the call for psychologists, or offering or request for psychologists. Also, I consider it is connected with the psychological problems of refugees and so on. But the ideological or patriotic events, as I call them, they are not big in number, but they are essential, especially in spring, in summer. Information how to help Ukraine. So weaving textiles into camouflage nets, producing trench candles for troops from tin cans, and information about different patriotic events. Also, in this group, we can see the post connected with Embroidery Day and with the Eastern production industry. So many offerings and requests for Easter cakes. And at the end, we can see also the rules of communication and surveys for the members of the group. And also, as we research with Elena, not the first virtual community in different focuses. So I have to mention that rules of communications are fixed, obviously, in different forms, in different modes, but rules and call to follow them are inevitable part of such Viber communities. And here I try to generalize, sum up this data now with topics, languages, Ukrainian and Russian, the amount of posts in Russian and Ukrainian languages. And you see almost everywhere the number of Russian posts is far more greater than in Ukrainian. But there are several positions where we can see even or equal proportion or equal number, or maybe sometimes even more in Ukrainian. So it's on bodily, social, and spiritual topics, optics for the topics represented in this data. At the end, I would mention also several comments that there is a trend that specifies the community I researched, but if we treat this issue in more detail, we can get interesting results. Public communication in such community makes it easier transitions from the virtual dimension to personal one. To personal messages, first of all, when they try to clarify some details of the post in private messages. And on the other hand, make easy transition from the virtual dimension to the offline. Today, the dominance of virtual communications is not surprising, but such transition to offline communications give hope for the revival of traditional social communications in new conditions. And internet gives additional space for social interactions. Then Olena will continue, and it's not a general summing up, but some comments to my part of the presentation, that internet gives additional space for social interactions. It provides existing relations and builds new ones. Online communities in social media are considered as weak links in society, when geographically diffused people are united by specialized topics to discuss and act. And here we can mention the classics of Robert Putnam concept of social capital as a network of mutual social relations. There are two forms of social capital Putnam mentioned. The bonding capital, characterized by close group ties of members, and bridging capital, defined by outwardly directed associative ties of members. And henceforth, Mickey Kittelson concludes that online communities based on bonding relations consolidate interpersonal contacts of their members within small community. And online communication of bridging relationships extend the circle of contacts of the members at the expense of strangers. And thank you for your attention. And Elena will continue.
I will be represent material from the one Ukrainian media community from the Germany. It's have name the Holodenko Geometry. Holodenko is the name of the some Ukrainian psychologists who organized and gathering people in Ukraine, and after her immigration she continued to do this in Germany, and if even have some department in another country. For example, exists Poland Holodenko and another. I'm not clarify for me how everything is connection, but it's very interesting. The most important hypothesis in our way that the media society organizing as a segmentary differentiation in the terms of Niklas Luhmann, and in this way it's not supposed to be more difficult or increasing some hierarchical structure. In this way, maybe of course it needs more detailized in the some topic or timing or in other rates, but the common hypothesis such as And these messengers in this certain channel, Telegram channel, propose us the similar structure. Of course, some of the messengers posts are devoted to some extraordinary case, as political meetings, as some tragic cases, destroying of the hydroelectric station in Kakhovka, or more less tragic as beginning of the German tickets, which was begun at the May, and big emotional labor in this way produced, but the same structure is about the everyday deals, affairs, which repeated the topic, the message, the posting, and even exists some general answer from the member of communities to understand what happens. I generalize some of the most popular topics in this repeating and generalizing way. You can see is have a relationship to the Kaunas community. The first level was bodily representative well-being. The second position, which I propose to your attention, is the level of the civil well-being. And as I'm generalized in this way, is the level of the culture well-being, which has the different topics, but the same several needs to summarize. Very interesting for me to understand how it's everything organized, and which optics, which lens we can apply to understand how all these different and non-linear connection measures can be gathered. As usual, I focus my attention on Kant optics. In the works, the faculty conflicts, he proposes that the all labor division in the his enlightened age can be reproduced not only with having deal with object, but in the division of the human needs. He proposed this structure of the division of the human needs, and he connects the university structure and structure of its faculty as an answer to these human needs in a certain way. And we can see that there some shift exists in the human needs in the contemporary time, in the structure of the media community message. For example, intolerant needs, which we can see proposed by the Kant, is not the same as the cultural or as proposed to classify spiritual needs MARYIA, but their level can be seen in the common optics in this way, and not only not only the level and classifying of these human needs, but the common ways between understanding human needs by Kant and maybe allow us for interpreting this way. It's about its relationship in the between the public and private, as formulated Kant using of reason, or public and private spheres in our more shame formulation. Why? Kant by himself formulates the person in their everyday needs functionalize a cog in a machine. because they not use their own reasons. It need to brave use own reasons, but they managed by expert and books took the place of our understanding. It's Foucault repeated about the Kant, about next time of the modern, next level of the modern, but it's the same way to use our attention for life at whole. And in this way, we can see searching for some experts in our time addict with their explanation and ruling by this media sphere as some addition to the expert management of human lives. And the structure, as Kant formulate the modern society propose us governing the lives, the individuals, the private persons, by the organizing, the preparing this expert sphere. That's why not only directed, but mediate way to control people by their preparing for their producing this expert sphere. And for Kant and his humor is the differentiation between the level of the low and higher faculty, because the low higher faculty help people with their everyday needs, and in this way it's have the higher status. And the low faculty, it's not answer for the human needs, it's the mediated role is in the preparing of this expert sphere. Only in this sphere, the using of the reason in the public way without some subjectivities tendency can be the guarantee for the really public using of reason. In this way is really some rationalization of the modern life. And in this way, we can see the shifting between not special preparing of the some not only expert sphere, of course, it's continue to be, but in another way. We have another forms of producing deliberation sense of community, not by the preparing of expert, but the producing of the rules, which we try to research too, or in this way, it's some, of course, influence the common culture, and of course, the especially diffraction in media sphere and producing media society, how these rules, how this deliberation sense of community to be to produce. And as for us, the shift in this organizing of public sphere is not about the agreement of the values. It's more about the finding, searching of the common well-beings. And not only information level, of course, the strengthening of the weak ties is as circulation information, not with the commercial ground, but in more open way. It's the new shift in the organizing late modern age, but this transmission from the online and offline light, it needs to be understood to in way to explain and clarifying of this shift of organizing new type of organizing common well-beings. And the model of decision making for this kind of community. As for me, as researcher culture studies, is important to clarify the materiality of digital text, all these options to organize, as Regis Chartier proposed us, to understand that the electronic text not functional as printed text. They have total another context of processing on functioning, and of course new genres of this sense of significance which represented in it, and of course the way producing of auditority of community in this way. And we need to understand all this formal superstition to take into account how all this new form of life, new form of digital activism produce and functionalize. And of course, for me, as last conclusion in our way, this understanding the research of women society community propose us to take in account that now we not research the role of women in society as it was in the classic for 20th centuries. It's about being of community of women as activities part of the media society, media community, and in this way it's transformation of structure of hierarchy of media. It's not supposed to be forbidden for men taking part in this kind of media society, but it not apply, it not supposed by them. Of course, some sentences and statements we can see men activities, but majority of them can be proved not on the number of the women participants, not only the by topic which have the woman tendency, not only interpreted, but the what they are about. And we can see the transformation of discourse practice, which are begin to be more emotional, more non-linearity, more inclusiveness, because exclusive is a form of more hierarchical way, more man way, and in this way network this non-hierarchical practice of women way together, and it's important moment to understand. And this photo took me from the Odessa Archaeological Museum. It's a photo of the figures from the Tripilian Neolithic culture, and it's very broad for different museums, but the common way to present him is as a certain position, as a certain figure. But this circle of the women, what represent this, give more clarifying position to understand how the women's society might not different, but particular specific for them in understanding how it works. And the last answer for what the specific transformation from Ukrainian media society to the Ukraine women media society in immigration. Of course, in Ukraine, women not rooted only in media society. They have different social and cultural. In this way, their focus for the media communication as a way to keep us in balance. Of course, it's more specific, the another ways are restricted, and in this way, the migration media community propose us to understand more clearly, more obviously how everything is organizing. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentations. Are there any questions on the auditorium, or I'm going to take the first hand and ask myself first? My question is related to both of you, since you have a very conjoined research. While speaking about Ukrainian women in social media, is it more about the gender identity as a woman, or is it about some identities of social roles, like as a mother, for example? There are lots of so-called mom groups that are often called like moms of particular city, or Ukrainian moms of particular city. Is a connection in social media, is it more about the gender role as a woman, or about the social role as a mother, or as a girl, as a young woman? Sorry, you need to answer in the microphone because we're recording.
With the concept of Scott Lash about the important tendency is the differentiations, the way of not to be different between all these roles, and my sense of speech was about not only a topic what we are represent, but the way how we organizing through all this way of the differentiation our roles. It's not about role of women, but the role of women way to organizing. Without this differentiation.
Thank you. Are there any questions in the auditorium? Anybody wants to ask something? Because we also kind of short on time, and I suggest to move on to the next presentation because it's also connected to Telegram and social media. This panel in general is very connected, and if some questions will arouse to the different spokesperson, I suggest you to ask it a little bit later. So the next spokesperson I'm inviting is Ksyusha Malikova. She's actually feminist and Telegram activist, so she's going to be talking about the Telegram. She's currently studying for a master's degree in gender at YSU, and her topic is the specificity of the system and collective interaction, and the dynamic of grassroots initiatives on the example of women's activist Telegram channels in Belarus. I'm going to share your presentation, so you would have an access to this. Here you go.
Welcome. Hello, my name is Ksenia. I'm media activist and I'm studying to be gender researcher, and I'm today would like to introduce to my team and that's up. Women's political activism is an integral part of the life of any civil society, especially when it takes place within authoritarian states. Authoritarianism attempts to exclude women from the political fields as part of the process of becoming part of civil society. Women may not have the opportunity to unite when they are deprived of a sense of self-confidence. After all, unification is accomplished at the point at which an individual initially discover her individual values, skills and abilities, and then meets a group of people who hold a similar view. Political regimes that suppress freedom of speech and expressions through a central structure of control and pressure prevent civil society from feeling its integrity. The unification of people in the achievement of common freedom and equality can influence democratic decisions making and change the political order. Even in democratic communities, not all people have access to the political sphere and freedom of expressions to realize their potential. Despite advanced inequality, women still face difficulties in realizing their full potential, and this is a long process. Media space proves to be a valuable resource for unification and collective interaction. In the political regime, prevent people from experience unity and support digital reality provided tools to help overcome the obstacles that the regime organized. For women, the media space can also be first place where they feel supported and connected. The history of patriarchy is so deep. Unfortunately, even today, women have to face oppressions and discrimination based on misinformation present in public ideas. Media space have great potential for overcoming the problems of misinformation and facilitation collective interactions among women. In order to use their potential effectively, it is necessary to understand the specific of the implementation of women cyberactivism. In my presentation, using the example of women activist Telegram channel in Belarus, I will examine several distinctive factors of the system of collective interaction carried out by grassroots initiatives shows the media space. I will talk about the nature of cyberactivism and the role of women in it, and I will provide an analysis of what changes in civil society the process of women's unifications through the media space brings about, using the activists of the Girls Power Belarus Telegram channel as an example. And finally, I conclude with a discussion of the problematic fields since in feminist activism in media space. The digital revolution, especially the fusion of technology with the physical world, has led to global change in the social, political, and economic spheres of society, which has greatly affected global feminist activism as well. Tools such as blogs and social networks have democratized the feminist movements, opening up new opportunities for dissemination of feminist ideas. The active expansions of the global media space has made it possible to disseminate information rapidly across borders and to provide wide access to wealth of ideas and knowledge that was difficult or impossible in many parts of the world only a few decades ago. Using media tools, feminists has adapted to internet culture, employing humor and other creative formats as effective means of communication and information dissemination. Online feminist activism has repeatedly demonstrated its effectiveness in issues related to legal and political discrimination against women, especially in countries with strong discriminatory policies against women, such as Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, Iran, and the end. In Afghanistan, for example, the work of the Revolutionary Association of Women of Afghanistan has inspired global awareness and oppositions to the repressive Taliban regime. In the area of mass data surveillance, apps such as Telegram and Signal are gaining in popularity and importance. This platform has managed to create a secure tool for sharing data, respecting all the rules of anonymity and encryptions. This guaranteeing to users that their data will not be shared or sold to others. For these reasons, Telegram and Signal become a particularly valuable resource for journalists, human rights activists, and people who engage in human rights activities, as the platforms protect their data from law enforcement and totalitarian government. In addition, the ability to create channels with an unlimited number of subscribers and instantly share information with users has created unique tools for bloggers, politicians, and activists, including femme activism, who need to disseminate information to large group of people. In comparisons, Facebook, WhatsApp has 256 participants in closed group, and while Telegram can create groups of up to 100,000 people. It's important to note that feminist activism in Eastern Europe media space differs from feminist activism in other regions of the digital world. The specificity lies in the introduced change in discourse and the reinterpretation of social ideas under the prism of feminism values. Speaking of gender inequality, feminism initiatives in the digital space create a new discourse that help to critically rethink other social problems stemming from inequality. Eastern Europe feminist activism, which uses the media as a platform, is multi-layered. This multi-valism manifests itself through a series of goals that the feminist movement sets for itself in the Belarusian and other Eastern Europe media space. Such goals include, first, combating misinformation and gender stereotypal thinking. Next, solving the problem of low representation of women in the media space. Next, creating a digital community in which women will feel supported and united. Next, achieving common goals through the creation of women community. And last, protecting the right and freedom of every woman. Now, using the activities of the Girls Power Telegram channels and as an example, I will discuss how these goals are being achieved by the feminist movement in Belarusian media space. This is project. The Girls Power Belarus Telegram channel covers of the problem of gender inequality, domestic violence, disadvantaged rights and low representations of women in Belarusian media. So the activities of this project, the field is being created in Belarusian media space, where every Belarusian woman has the opportunity to get information free from stereotype. Project emerged during the protest movement in Belarus in 2020. After that, project implemented many projects aims at supporting women not only in Belarus but also in countries suffering from the action of political regimes. In 2022, the team raised 60,000 euros to help Ukrainian women affected by military violence of Russian soldiers. At the end of 2020, Girls Power launched project She is an Expert, where every woman can share her professional experience and describe the low representation of female experts in the Belarusian media. The idea of a female face Belarus and the activity support of feminist activities can serve as a kind of symbol of the struggle of equality and democracy in the country, as well reminded of the important role that women play in public life. During the Belarusian protest movement of 2020, women played a prominent leadership role. However, we cannot ignore the fact that even after the peak of the protest movements, women continued to be active politically, provide expertise and create any project. But if in 2020 women were supported by the entire civil society, now we see the need women to seek support with their own association. This is due to the fact that Belarusian civil society still harbors the problem of gender stereotype thinking. The realizing of the personal potential present in women depends on the extent to which women support each other in a common struggle. Digital communicators such as the Girl Power Belarus Telegram channel make it possible not to forget and not to put aside the struggle for equal rights and in society. And now let's look at this coverage statistic of Telegram channel for 2020-2022. Not surprisingly, that high rate of coverage is observed in 2020, a time when the minority Belarusian civil society began to support women, their power and their potential to change the political order. Now it's critical for feminist movements in cyberactivism to maintain this figure even when the idea of women's rights is not raised in public discourse. As we can see, the project GPB is gradually returning to the heights figure of 2020. This is done by conveying the problem field directly. What does this problem field represent for fem activism in media space? First, sexism, reinforcement of stereotypes and misogyny. Over the past decade, media activism has proven to be an effective way to narrow the gender gap and promote gender equality in society. Despite this, however, we also see trends toward provoking and reinforcing sexism, stereotyping of women, and misogyny. This is especially true in emerging economies such as in Eastern Europe, Africa, and Asia. Discriminatory gender practices are shaped by social, economics, culture, and political structures in the physical world and similar reproductives online of digital platforms. Of great importance here in the way power is shaped, implemented, and used digital platforms. Rather than becoming and inequalities, there are the same constraints that bind women in the physical shape appear in the digital space. While the issue of gender discrimination in the media space seems to be something new, the problem is deeply rooted in gender mechanism of power and control. Second, digital gap. On the one hand, cyberfeminism provide a unique opportunity to become active participants in change, regardless of geographic borders. However, the issue of the digital divide remains significant. The gap between women who have access to digital media, the internet, and the various online platforms, and those who lack access due to challenging social, economic, and political circumstance. In order to realize the full potential of digital feminism, it's essential to continue to work on increasing access to technology among the poorer and more marginalized segments of society. One way to achieve these bottom-up goals is to make connection between online activism and offline activism on the ground. Culture and eternal political difference and barriers. Another barrier is the global gender equality often arises from the mismatch between primary gender issue and culture difference among women. Factors such as the degree of freedom of speech strongly affects the effectiveness of women movements. A situation where online activism fails to translate into offline participation, this supporting and advancing a common cause lead to difficulties in achieving goals. It's important for femactivism to become more decentralized and democratic. The lack of help and support from governments, corporations, and state institutions and others in establishing the legislative and social structures necessary to combat gender inequality in society poses a serious obstacle to effective media feminism. And last, the tools provided by media spaces allow for proactive action in the face of political insecurity and pressure. Cyberactivism provided tools for organizing horizontal mobilization when there is urgent political need to do so. Cyberactivism, feminist initiatives have the opportunity to influence the problem of women's underrepresentation in the media and the difficulty of united women expertise. Feminism initiatives also face obstacles. The circle of the problem lies not in the media space, but in social system itself, where women's expertise is ignored. In such an atmosphere, women may feel intimidated to share their expertise, which is necessary to Belarusian civil society. Feminist cyberactivism has a great potential to create an environment in which women's voice are not only heard but also supported. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
We already have our first questions.
Да, а можно сразу попросить с переводом, чтобы я точно все поняла на русском? Или на белорусском, как удобно.
The rule of the conference is that the speaking language is English, so we need to translate it. That's okay, but just in case, since we're streaming and recording for any international participants.
stop please more in details on obstacles of cyber-activism.
Препятствия к телеграм-активизму.
Еще раз показать?
Please describe more obstacles. Пожалуйста, опишите, какие препятствия возникают.
Для женщин. Правильно же я понимаю вопрос?
For women? Okay.
Но сейчас, я могу на русском ответить, может. Сейчас я думаю, что возникает препятствие того, что я могу сказать на примере белорусского телеграма. Белорусские телеграм-каналы сейчас финансируются, и чаще всего финансируются мужские каналы.
So as for now, the main obstacle is that the Belarusian Telegram channels are being financed, and they're mostly men-founded and patriarchal channels are chosen to be financed.
Это во-первых. И у женщин, в принципе, меньше доступа для того, чтобы завести свой телеграм-канал и найти на него персональное финансирование, потому что как будто бы ниша уже немножко занята. Это первое.
And women struggle to start a Telegram channel and to find a financing for it to function, actually.
Второе, что я хотела сказать, что внутри Беларуси для женщин сейчас телеграм-активизм это отчасти безопасно, отчасти небезопасно, потому что за любой телеграм-активизм может внутри страны сейчас преследовать уголовное преступление.
And women also, like those women who are still staying inside of Belarus may be facing some low charges based on their Telegram activism.
И поэтому из хорошего приходится развивать телеграм-активизм женский как бы поза страной, что отчасти отрезает как бы женщин внутри страны, но позволяет больше развивать как бы женское сообщество, феминистское сообщество за пределами.
So at the moment, at the field of Belarusian Telegram activism, it is mainly developed outside of the Belarus, outside of the country, because it is safer. And on the one hand, we had to exclude women who are currently staying in Belarus from the movement, but we still had the opportunity to reinforce and enhance the feminism movement outside of the borders.
И третье добавлю. Чуть-чуть я это озвучивала, но приведу на примере больше, что несмотря на то, что некоторые женщины занимаются медиа-активизмом поза страной, есть как бы ряд провластных телеграм-каналов, которых отслеживают, находят данные, выкладывают личную информацию и таким образом деанонят этих женщин, и это тоже как бы шаг назад, не открывать свое лицо.
And even for women who are currently staying outside of Belarusian borders, there is a chain of governmentally associated Telegram channels who are focusing on the stalking and de-anonymization of those who are involved in activism. So it's still not safe to be open about their identity online, even if you're outside of the borders.
Помимо того, что сказала.
Any questions? Any hands raised? Maybe something from the chat? Okay.
So my question is really for all the speakers, which was sort of a tendency that I had seen both in Ukrainian and Belarusian, let's say, diaspora communities, and especially as forms of opposition. I particularly, I'm working with a group of students here at EHU on an exhibition, particularly around events in Belarus in 2020. And one of the tendencies that we observed, and I noticed some of the speakers touching on it, is the role of folk art and folk culture, and for example, in Belarus, the use of Belarusian language. And can you comment on sort of the role of folk culture, or let's say neo-folk culture, and its role within protests and diaspora culture.
Вопрос был о том, что сейчас наш, собственно, участник спросил о том, что он работает в ЕГУ со студентами в том числе и работает над выставкой и замечает тенденции, связанные с белорусским народным искусством и народными мотивами. И, может быть, ты могла бы рассказать больше о связи активизма и вот почему в принципе, сейчас есть такой запрос на какие-то народные вещи, народную историю, народные мотивы, народное искусство. И белорусский язык, конечно.
Да, спасибо большое за вопрос. Я могу ответить просто интуитивно, как я считаю, я эту тему не исследовала, но мне создается впечатление, что диаспора поднимает эту тему как раз-таки от того, что люди вынуждены выезжать из Беларуси, не имеют возможность вернуться, им нужно заземляться и искать что-то свое, взращивать это и не терять эти тенденции, культуру, язык, народные строи, и поэтому это, мне кажется, сейчас становится модным и популярным, в том числе из-за войны.
So as Ksyusha saying, she's saying that as she observed, it's not from any kinds of research she conducted, but as she observed is that those who had to emigrate from Belarus, they have a tendency to value a lot of something that gives them roots, and the roots might be the cultural, it might be the language, it may be anything that connects them to their culture and to their origin, because it is, while living in immigration, we do really need some form of basement and stability.
Ну и второе, это классический колониализм. И после войны белорусам большой части, после начала, очень захотелось показать различия. И как только началась война, это стало очень, модное, наверное, не самое подходящее слово, но очень больше процентов людей стали говорить на белорусском языке, чем раньше.
And so as the war started, more and more Belarusians wanted to separate themselves and their culture from the Russian culture, because Russia is an invasive country. And they are doing this onto highlighting their own language and their own culture. So it's kind of decolonial practices.
That's it.
Yeah, I just wanted to, if I may, add some couple of points to that, because I think it's important to acknowledge that actually engaging with folk art and with ethnic forms, ethnic culture has a historical meaning in Belarus, because first anti-Soviet dissidents in Minsk, which were kind of uniting at the end of 70s and beginning of 80s, long before the dissolution of Soviet Union, they actually were doing it based on singing folk songs and celebrating different celebrations. And ironically, it's related to my family experience, because my first arrest happened when my mom was pregnant with me, and it was during this folk celebration. So it wasn't entirely safe back then, but it was perceived as more safe. And I think it's important that this notion is alive historically over the years. Even when you're persecuted, for example, for speaking Belarusian, which happens in Belarus, still singing folk songs is relatively safe. It could be done, but yet it does this important work of establishing moral boundaries and showing that we are different, but in a safe way, in a way that we could be at least not arrested for that. So I think it's also important to remember.
Okay, so any more questions? Anybody wants to speak up? Okay, so I'm gonna...
Thank you very much.
Okay, so if you have any questions for other participants of the panel, maybe some of them have arisen. Okay, you're welcome.
Well, dear participants and dear guests of our conference, I would like to thank you all for being so active and engaged and interested in the topics that we have been discussing during these 2 days. And my special thanks to the team, to volunteers, to our Alexei, who was helping us with translation, and especially to Antonina STEBUR. Antonina is not here because she also has another event which is going to take place tomorrow. And since some of you were yesterday with us in the National Art Gallery and you saw the exhibition, and Antonina said that, and she invited you also for the discussions and lecture today, tomorrow in the National Art Gallery, so she is there. But nevertheless, I think that I will take this opportunity to thank her for this, for organizing, and for us it has been quite a long period of time that we have been spending on thinking through the concept of this conference and dealing with the program, etc. So I'm very glad that it took place and it was quite successful. So thank you so much. And you will get more news from us in what concerns publication. You know that we are planning to make the thematic volume of our Journal of Philosophy and Cultural Studies, Scopus, which is also a Scopus indexed journal. And we are hoping to have this journal published by the end of this calendar year. Of course, language is English, and we expect that if not all of the participants, but at least the majority of participants will submit your text. And so we are looking very much forward to it. Yeah, so thank you so much again. And thank you.
Yeah, so we're closing. We see all the congratulations from Zoom, and thank you very much again.